Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues from across the globe, welcome to Day 2 of Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum 2024. I hope you found the discussion yesterday insightful and engaging. Today, we'll continue our journey with featured sessions that delve deeper into pressing issues related to sustainable development and global collaboration. Our first session today, hosted right here in Granvolumbi, is titled Nano and AI Technologies in Diagnosing Disease. This session is organized in partnership with the Institute for Basic Science Center for Nanomedicine and Yonsei Institute for Advanced Study. It aims to spotlight the groundbreaking advancements in nanotechnology and artificial intelligence and their central role in enhancing disease diagnosis. Under the moderation of Professor Lee Jae-hyun from the Institute for Basic Science Center for Nanomedicine at Yonsei University, we'll engage with the distinguished panelists from diverse backgrounds. Professor Lee, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So actually, my name is Jae-hyun Lee, as introduced, and then it was a really great opportunity, and it's been a great honor to be here and then present, moderate this session. So, can you show me the slide here? Oh, yeah, okay. So here we go. Yeah. So. Yeah, so let me first introduce our center first. Actually, our center is IBS, Institute for Basic Science, and then it is one of the biggest basic science institute in Korea, and then it was established in 2011, and then it is one of the largest scale, the institute. It has a huge amount of the funding given by the government. And then it does not have any like ending period, so that no limit on research period, so the long-term basic science research is possible. So the IBS around the country, there are 33 centers around the country, and then in Seoul area, Seoul National, and then Yonsei and Korea University and Ewha University, there are 7 centers, and then in Yonsei University, we have 1 center, which is ours, and then the name of our center is the Center for Nanomedicine. So the IBS is aiming to be one of the top 10 basic science institute by 2030, and then it is modeled by the Max Planck Institute in Germany. So actually, the IBS Center for Nanomedicine in Yonsei University is very unique in terms of the location, because as you all know that we have like the basic science and engineering department, and then medical school and hospital. Actually, it is one campus, and it is a very good opportunity for the interdisciplinary sciences, especially the nanomedicine research. And then the IBS CNN at Yonsei University our goal is converging nanoscience and medicine to make new discoveries, and we are aiming for the world-class interdisciplinary research hub. So we also participated in this GIF conference last year, 2023, and then the title at that time was Technology for Future Diagnosis and Human Infectious Diseases. And then we have several nice speakers at that time, and then we had like a pleasant time and great discussion about the diagnosing technologies. And then so let me give you like brief idea about what's the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, actually, which is the one of the biggest goal in UN, United Nations. And then the SDG, there are 17 goals, as you can see here. And actually, this session is designed to discuss the goal number 3, which is good health and well-being. And then the goal of this number 3 is actually ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for at all ages. So we want to discuss it about about it. And then we believe that the most important thing is the diagnosis of disease. And then in the diagnosis make differences. And then in worldwide, there's malaria. So after the COVID pandemic, then we are facing the surge of new diseases and probably disease X kind of things. Then malaria cases increasing, and then some other like tropical diseases are increasing globally. And at the same time, in terms of the non-communicable diseases such as cancer, the early diagnosis is really important. And then as you can see this picture, the cases for the cancer detection at their stage 1 and number 2 is around just like half. But the case is different depending on the type of cancer. And for example, lung cancer, it only like 3% is detected at the in the stage number 1 or 2. So that we still have need to develop like more the diagnosis technology. And then recently, this news article says that the top 10 medical diagnostics trends in 2023, and then it shows that number 1 to number 10, and then from number 1 to number 5, it shows like artificial intelligence, diagnostic imaging, big data and analysis, and sensor and point of care testing. Such things are really becoming important these days. And then I think today maybe we hear something about these topics. So let me briefly, like 1 or 2 slides showing that our technology at the IBS Center, and then we developed the nano PCR technology, which is a rapid PCR technology for infectious diseases. And then this picture, so actually this was the technology published in Nature Biomedical Engineering 2020. It is a 1-part RT-PCR system, and it has automatic execution from reverse transcription, from rapid PCR and fluorescence detection, and it has like 17-minute operation of PCR process, which is really fast compared to the conventional PCR technologies. And then limit of detection, LOD, is also very low compared to that of conventional PCR, and then testing diagnosis is also very excellent. So this is the kind of a movie that I want to show you, is that the overall operation of our nano PCR system we developed, and then you get some samples from the patient and then put it inside these prototype devices, and then you just push the button and just wait for like 14 minutes. And then it just automatically doing the reverse transcription process and then PCR processes, just like as you can see here. So this is the reverse transcription process with the temperature like 40 degrees C, and then PCR processes, thermal cycle from 60 degrees C to 90 degrees C, repeated about like 40 times. Yeah. And then DNAs are amplified in this process, and then after that, diagnosis and detection, which takes about like 3 minutes. We are using magnetic separation technology in here to separate the genes out of the solution. Okay, so that's our technology, and then let me introduce you today's speaker, and then the first one, Professor Hako Lee, and then Professor So-yeon Kim, and Professor Byung-wook Choi, and Professor Soo-jin Jung. So we are very excited to hear from these speakers, and then they will give you like a fascinating idea and then really nice researches about the diagnostic technologies. So thank you very much. Okay, so that Professor Hako Lee, I think I think you are connected, right? Okay, so also okay, we can see your face, and then please, start.
Okay. How about the sound? Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, that's very good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you you so much. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure actually to join this forum and then particularly this session about the technology of how we can use new technologies and new sciences to actually combat the global health threat. And in this case, I chose the infectious diseases. I mean, you might say, well, infection, we have them under control. But I want to argue that no, this might be still the biggest threat or challenge to our to humankind. And I want to show you some examples and also want to convince you or give you some optimism that technologies are so advanced such that now we are ready to better prepare ourselves for the next or future pandemics or unknown diseases. I got the inspiration from the work by Dr. Robert Koch, who is shown on your left-hand side. So Dr. Koch in the late 19th century, so he actually established the relationship between the infection and the bacteria. I think he was the first actually who proved the relationship, and also he is the first scientist to photograph the bacteria. This photo is taken by him using his UV microscope, and this is, I believe, this is Enterus pores. So his innovation or his the scientific achievement actually revolutionized how we deal with infection in the 19th century or 20th century or even now. And I say that we are maybe on the second, the point that we can make a second kind of quantum leap in terms of dealing with infectious diseases with all these new advances in science. So let's get started here. When you look back into the human history, we can say that we've been continuously battling with these infections. And this is one of the examples is the plague of Justinian. This is about 6th century AD. So this is the first written record of the Black Death or the plague that happened in the Middle East and also Eastern Europe. About 15 million people died from this disease in the span of just 2 years. Okay? And then this pandemic also, the plague continued and then ravaged Europe around the 14th centuries, and that's the famously known as Black Death, which killed, I believe, about 50% of the entire Europe population. And this kind of, the epidemics and pandemics continued even into the 20th centuries, such as the flu pandemic, it's called the Spanish flu, estimated 75 million deaths. And of course, we all vividly remember the COVID-19, just a few years ago, with about 7 million people perished from this disease. So all these records show that this might not end. Our battle with infection, it will be there forever. But there is one silver lining in our battle, which is that starting around the 20th centuries, we, meaning humankind, we started controlling these infectious diseases. And this chart is an example. So this shows the mortality rate, the death rate basically, from the infectious diseases per 100,000 people per year in the US. And what is really noticeable in this graph is the steep decline of this mortality. And maybe due to the our better understanding of these diseases and also increased awareness of the hygiene and of course the introduction of the antibiotics such as penicillin. And around the 1960 and until now, the mortality rate is about 40 cases per year per 100,000 people. And this is actually great feat. We almost now have this guy, the infectious disease, under the control. Do we really? Well, I can argue that maybe not. It's maybe too early to be complacent because there are warning signs out there even before the COVID-19 that game is not over. In other words, the threat of infectious diseases looms large, it's still out there. And I want to introduce three major factors that actually increase those threats. The one is the increase or rise of the healthcare associated infection. In other words, you get infected while you are being treated in the hospital. And the increase of this rate could be due to the aging population. And as you know, the global population, we are aging, so we become vulnerable to those infections. Hospitals are getting bigger, so if there is outbreak in hospitals, then you can almost automatically infect many people. The second important factor that increases threat is the overuse of antimicrobials or antibiotics. Well, antibiotics are actually relatively safe to use, and also they are being used only for a short amount of time. So there is a tendency to prescribe these broad spectrum antibiotics when patients show the symptom of the infection, because it's relatively safe, and it's better. You want to be safer than sorry, right? But that actually increases the chance of getting or developing the resistance. And furthermore, the biggest industry that use the antimicrobials is not hospitals. It's not the healthcare. It's actually the food industry. The livestock, the chickens and pigs and cows, they're getting a large amount of antibiotics. And when we consume those livestock, then in other words, we are also accumulating the antibiotics in our body system that increase the chance of the resistance. And then finally, the third aspect is the lack of the new development of the new antibiotics. And there is some economical reason. Here I show the comparison of the drug cost per single use. This is for single use. In case of cancer, the drug cost can from $60 to up to almost $8,000 for a single use. This is single dose. Compared to that, vancomycin from these antibiotics is only $4 per single dose. So this big price gap actually de-incentivized the pharmaceutical companies to develop a new drug against infection. Combined together, all these factors actually increase the chance of the emergence of the antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. In other words, the emergence of the superbugs. And this threat is actually imminent. It's not just, it might happen maybe 10 or 20 years ago. No, this is imminent. And even last year, 2023, the United Nations published a report saying that by 2050, it's 25 years from now, up to 10 million deaths estimated from the infection or from the emergence of these superbugs. And that rate might overtake the death by the cancer. So infection still looms large as a potential number one cause of death in the future. So that's the bleak sign or the warning on the wall. We gotta do something about this. Okay? And then the next question becomes, okay, what should we do? Where should we start? Well, going back to the drawing board, and we look at the way that we treat or combat these infectious diseases. There are three major steps. Of course, it starts with the diagnosis, the detection. Identify the patients and also identify the cause of the disease, the strains or bacteria or virus. And once the diagnosis is done, then going to the containment. You contain the patients to stop the spread of the disease, and at the same time, start the treatment. So looking at this in these steps, we see that it's clear. This combat start with the detection or diagnosis. Then how this diagnosis is done these days? Well, usually in this kind of system, we have this beautiful machine I mean, this is a very, very powerful machine that are installed in most major hospitals. And it performs the sample preparation and also the DNA amplification and produce the result. Great system, but there is a caveat. There are many caveats. But one is that you need to send the sample, right, to the central labs or central hospitals. That causes delays in getting the result. And also the assay can be expensive because you need the infrastructure to have this kind of system. So in some sense, this kind of method or approach is not scalable. I mean, it's very hard to deploy this kind of infrastructure for the global health. And also, it's expensive, it's not sustainable, especially in the low and middle income countries. So, diagnosis is the first step. The current method is too expensive and it's not sustainable. What should you do? And that's where the inspiration comes from the new sciences or new technologies. In this presentation, I'll highlight just one aspect of that the science using the nanotechnology to enable this really fast and on-site detection. Okay? So, just really a basic principle of how we do this detection. It's called PCR. I mean, you're already familiar with this technology, polymerase chain reaction. We need to do this PCR because we want to amplify the nucleic acid coming from bacteria such that they become easier to detect. In PCR analysis, one of the key aspects is that we need to increase the temperature of the sample from, let's say, 60 to 90 degrees Celsius. And that process is essential actually to amplify the DNA or nucleic acid targets in the sample. The conventional way we achieve that kind of increase or heating of the sample is based on the conduction. In other words, as shown on the right-hand side, you place your sample in these tubes, and they put these tubes on this heating block. This is big metal block with a heater. And you heat this metal block such that eventually you increase the temperature of your sample. But as we experience in every day, when you put, let's say you want to boil water, and you put the water in the kettle, and put this kettle in the water, well, it'll take about 5 to 6 minutes actually to boil the water, right? But if you have make the direct contact, in other words, if you put the heater inside such that the water makes the direct contact with the heating elements, the heating time is much shorter. You can boil the water in about 2 minutes, right? So that's kind of an aha moment. Well, we want to speed up that heating process in the PCR. We need to put these heating elements, the heaters, inside the sample. And what could be the candidates for that kind of heating? And here comes the nanoscience or nanotechnology. It has been shown that when you shine the light on the metallic nanoparticles, and then these metallic nanoparticles, they are so efficient in converting the light into the heat. And in one calculation, it will take only 10 nanoseconds, which means 10 to the minus 8 seconds, to convert the light into the heating, into the heat when you see the nanoparticles. So that was the kind of aha moment. And I was at the time collaborating I'm collaborating with the IBS at Yonsei University, and actually I worked with the Professor Chair who's right in front of you. So we designed these particles, the nanoparticles, has this magnetic core and has this metal part outside. This is a gold nanoparticles, gold shell, and as shown in this figure. And we put these particles into our sample. So our sample now contains these nanoparticles, and you shine the light, and voila, we could increase temperature from 60 to 90 in 2 seconds, it's not 2 minutes, it's just 2 seconds, we can almost instantly increase the temperature. If I have used the conventional method and then use the big heating block, it will take about 2 minutes. But with this system, only 2 minutes. And furthermore, and you already seen this the system in the start of this session, because we are using now the light as a heating source, what you can do is, well, I don't need that big heater. I can maybe arrange this, the array of the pointers, laser pointers basically. So this is a laser diode over here. And then these diodes are now focused on this sample, and now they can just putting the sample on the focal point, we can heat up the sample and we can perform this PCR. And actually we have shown that we can complete this entire COVID-19 diagnosis under 20 minutes. And this technology has been validated even using the clinical samples or the samples from patients. So again, this is just one example how the new technologies can really help us to advance new diagnosis. And as Professor J.R. Lee mentioned, there are other technologies out there developed. I mean, artificial intelligence, the CRISPR system, the gene editing systems, and we can really exploit those new approaches to bring a new innovation and actually the paradigm shift in the detection diagnosis. So let me summarize the short presentation. So here are key messages. Let's be on alert. Don't be complacent. Infectious diseases could be the most serious challenge still in the global health. But when you're dealing with this infectious disease, it will start with the diagnosis. The rapid and on-site testing is the key to really cope with this challenge. But the optimism is that the technical innovation are so ripe. I mean, many technologies are out there. So I truly believe the young generations, and I mean, we can do this. We can make really, the potent diagnosis system to better prepare ourselves for the next pandemic or next diseases. So with this message, let me stop here, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the nice talk, and that was really impressive. I think we can take question at the end of this session all together. So after all the speaker is done, and then maybe we can take the question. And then our next speaker is Professor Soo-Jin Jung. Then maybe we will hear a little bit about the different stories. As actually the Professor Jung is expert in the transplantation. Probably he will tell you a little bit about story about the infection during the transplantation. Is that right? Okay, so yeah, floor is all yours.
Thank you for mentions. Good morning, everyone. My name is Soo-Jin Jung in Division of Infectious Disease. Today's topic is nano and AI technologies in diagnosing disease, but unfortunately my English is not good and I don't know how much about nano and AI technology. So I'm going to talk about just infectious disease shortly. This is an usual definition of emerging infectious disease. It means infections that have newly appeared in population or have existed previous but are rapidly increasing in incidence or geographic ranges. In these days, we can hear more and more about emerging infectious disease through mass media. This slide shows the global example of emerging and re-emerging infectious disease. Red dots represents newly emerging disease, and blue dots represents re-emerging infectious disease. This picture was made in 2004, but we can already find the familiar name of infectious disease such as SARS, Ebola, and human monkeypox, maybe. So many kinds of newly emerging or re-emerging infectious disease are waiting for us. Since the 1980s, there were several epidemics occurs around the world. In 1970s, dengue started, and it is still in progress so far. And there was avian influenza outbreak in 1997, and SARS outbreak in 2002, and novel H1N1 influenza in 2009 as well. And recently, there is the recent MERS outbreak in 2015 in Korea and COVID-19 pandemics. So we are facing with severe epidemics. Maybe you know, from 2014 to 2016, Ebola outbreak in Western Africa has occurred. At that time, our countries and medical support, medical personnel too. But little is known about how this Ebola virus first passes to human, triggering waves or human-to-human transmission and epidemics. But initially, there was enzootic cycle first, and following initial human infection through contacts with an infected bat or other wild animals, and then human-to-human transmission occurs. There was MERS outbreak in 2015 in Korea, I said. It was from one tourist who was in close contact with infected camels. So MERS is an infectious disease in a faraway country, but it can be transmitted to Korea at any time. So there are some factors involved in the emergence of infectious disease: microbial factors and human factors such as immunity are considerable factors. I think environment change, environment change, especially climate change and increasing international troubles are significant factors, I think. This graph shows the historical global land ocean temperature changes from 1880s to 2009. Since 1970s, the temperature is rising rapidly and dramatically. So this is the effect of climate change on infectious disease. Climate change affected these factors: contamination of water and foods by bacteria, increase in number and activity of vectors like mosquito, expansion of infested areas. So as a result, we can expect these kind of effects: increase in water and foodborne disease, or increase mosquito-borne infectious disease. This is an estimated population at risk of the dengue. Can you find our countries upside? Yeah. So let's look at the map of our countries. Our country is dengue-free area so far, but because of climate change, like global warming, it may transform into risk area someday. And this is the number of international troubles per year in Korea. This is increasing every year, and except during COVID pandemics. So after that, it covered before COVID pandemic. And
It's a little, slightly different stories. When we work for the patients with fever unknown origins, we call it FUO. We have to consider the causes about infection, many kinds of causes, including infections, malignancy, or non-infectious inflammatory disease. And the causes changes over time. And among classic causes of FUO, the causes of infectious disease are so diverse like this. Most common cause, and uncommon cause. So this is final slide. For the treatment of patients with newly emerging infectious disease, re-emerging infectious disease, or fever unknown origins, we need good diagnostic tools first, and we need more accurate, faster, if possible cheaper diagnostic tools. So if you guys make it using nano and AI technologies, we clinicians can validate, and we happily use it. So last pandemic I didn't, but when next pandemic comes, I will buy stock in a company that makes good diagnostic tools as soon as possible. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Sujin. Yes, I think so. Our next speaker is the Professor Byung-wook Che. He's the professor at our university, Yonsei University, at the Department of Radiology, and he's an expert in MRI. Actually, he will give some nice stories about how MRI can be used for diagnosing the diseases, and also he's an expert in the AI system, so that he will discuss about how the AI can be used for in MRI. So okay, so thank you very much, and then floor is all yours, Professor Che.
Thank you for kind introduction, and I would like to talk about artificial intelligence in imaging diagnosis. And I have been working in Yonsei University affiliated Severance Hospital for more than 20 years as a radiologist, especially in the field of cardiovascular imaging and chest radiology. Based on my expertise, I founded a company to make AI-empowered software for medical diagnosis in 2019. So I'm gonna briefly introduce the background of why I started the company and what the company has been developing for that. And medical diagnosis is the procedure and the process by which a doctor or healthcare provider identifies a disease or condition from signs and symptoms or medical history or results from various diagnostic tools. So this process often involves a combination of steps from clinical history, physical examination, to diagnostic tools and monitoring tools. So the invention of the X-ray by Röntgen it was 1895 showed a monumental leap forward in medical field. And this X-ray is developed to modern imaging technologies so without before X-rays, it is not possible to see the inside of the body for diagnosis of diseases. So if doctors wanted to see the inside of the body for confirm the diagnosis, it was inevitable to do a surgery. So medical imaging has progressed significantly from its origin in X-ray radiography to encompass all the modern technologies capable of highly detailed anatomical, functional, and molecular imaging. With exponential increase of number of medical imaging examination nowadays, it is great challenges for radiologists to keep up with the volumes, especially when relying solely the interpretation by naked eyes. So now we know that artificial intelligence can assist in this matter. In this situation, artificial intelligence plays a transformative role. So let me show the basic concept of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is an artificially defined concept for defining human-like intelligence. And machine learning is a group of algorithms that allows a computer to perform a specific task on data sets. And among these machine learning technology, deep learning is recently developed and widely studied and applied in medical imaging. And data is all we need, which is an important paradigm shift introduced by artificial intelligence. Deep learning does not require much domain knowledge or statistical insights to draw the conclusion or prediction or any kinds of results. And furthermore, the program trained by deep learning usually performs better than conventional rule-based program. And artificial intelligence has a potential to be disruptive innovation in medical imaging especially, for several reasons. Artificial intelligence performs better than human regarding knowledge, experience, and reasoning because artificial intelligence can be trained on wide range of huge data sets. That's the first reason. And AI, once developed, it can be deployed anywhere in the world, and it helping to democratize access to these kinds of very sophisticated diagnostic tool. And AI is beyond human sense, so AI program can detect invisible findings or patterns from imaging data sets. That is not possible by human naked eyes. And the first FDA-approved artificial intelligence-based software as a medical device came out on January 2017 in the United States and May 2018 in Korea. And next year, I founded my company. So the company name is Phantomics, and it's for artificial intelligence solution for cardiac diseases. Cardiovascular diseases are the #1 leading cause of death worldwide, and 1 out of 3 deaths worldwide are due to cardiovascular diseases. And in the past, it was Western country prevalent diseases, but it is now very frequently occur in low and middle income countries because it is because of globalization of lifestyle. So we developed 2 AI solutions for cardiac diseases. Heart is composed of 2 major parts. One is muscles, and the other is arteries. So two parts usually cause very serious diseases in heart. So the first target is myocardium, the muscle in the heart. That myocardial disease can be detected non-invasive by MRI. MRI is the best modality to accurately diagnose the myocardial disease. So that is very accurate, but it is underutilized because it is very difficult. It requires a lot of expertise and resources, and it requires a very long time for scanning. So we want to reduce all the resources necessary for this MRI usage. And the other is CT scan. CT scan is the best modality to identify coronary artery disease. Coronary artery usually has very small diameter, so it is not possible to accurately diagnose the stenosis of a coronary artery. So CT is the best modality. So we want to reduce all kinds of necessary for accurate diagnosis with CT. So that is two AI solutions. And so let me show you the examples. MRI usually takes about around 2 hours or more than 2 hours to complete the final diagnosis, from imaging acquisition, analysis, and the final diagnosis. And in this process, many people involved in these all processes, like radiographers, operators, and analysts, and data scientists, and finally the doctors, residents and fellows. And so we want to reduce all kinds of these things, resources and time. So we reached the goal. So 40 minutes necessary for this all kinds of process because of AI power. And this is a software, and imaging diagnosis is possible with this software. Usually, manpower should be input to diagnosis or analyze these images, but it is possible without any intervention by human. It is automatically from the acquisition of the images to final diagnosis. That's the merit of this software. And it is very complex process. CMRs can acquire images, and then we need to classify the imaging types, and then segmentation should be done, and then we can analyze the regional and global imaging biomarkers there, and combine those informations, we can draw final diagnosis in 2 minutes. That is the AI power. And we internally validated the accuracy of this software for clinical meaning. So the accuracy is around 90% or more than 90%. So it is clinically acceptable range, I think. And there are many subsections for AI implication. That is, first is image generation. So we can generate new images that is necessary for interpretation or provide important information for diagnosis. So image generation is the beauty of nowadays generative AI. So we can generate new images or sometimes pre-existing images, so we can skip the image acquisition, real image acquisition, and we replace that real image acquisition and reduce the time for that real image acquisition, or we can avoid contrast media injection because we can generate virtual contrast enhanced images. And regarding imaging biomarkers, there are big obstacles. That is standardization. So AI is powerful for this standardization job too. And finally, we can generate report. And the report is very smart that can integrate all findings and information for possible diagnosis in priority. So next thing is CT scan. So we applied AI technology to detect significant hemodynamically significant coronary artery stenosis detection in emergency room, because emergency room is lacking of experts. There is no working experts like cardiovascular imaging expert or cardiovascular imaging radiologist. So we need this kind of accurate and fast triage system in emergency room for the patient with chest pain. This is same thing. And our products are already approved by Korean FDA and US FDA. So, in AI advancement, this is a very important thing to know. Attention is all you need is the title of the groundbreaking paper published in 2017 by researchers at Google. So this transformer model it became the cornerstone of large language model, natural language processing. So you know that ChatGPT is now prevalent over the world. So large language model can be applied in medicine in several parts, including clinical application, research application, educational application. Now, this paper shows an embodied multimodal language model. So I think that we need to include all the information as possible as we can to draw the final accurate diagnosis in real clinical practice. So multimodal language model is necessary, including clinical information and imaging information. We can conclude and report an accurate diagnosis. So in the future, we will be using multimodal language model in imaging diagnosis too. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. And our last speaker today is Professor Soyeon Kim. Actually, he's a professor from Korea University as well as the CEO of PCL. So she is a great expert in vitro diagnostics. So she will talk about her stories. Okay, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I'm really late. It's the traffic is very heavy. And thank you for inviting me here, Professor Lee and Professor Chun. And also I'm very glad to be part of this program because we are very interested in this program because during the COVID-19, we supplied many kits to the country like the Middle East and Africa a lot. So I will also share some of our the experience during that period, and also we have some the engagement in AI in the actual diagnostic field. I will introduce our experience with the AI applied diagnosis. And first, I started with the company introduction. So our company is located in the Seoul, Songpa. It's far from here, the east side of Seoul. And we have two sites of a factory. One is in the Gasan, and the other is Hwaseong in Gyeonggi. And I found the company 2008 based on the technology I developed in the university. So our technology is based on the multiplex diagnosis technology. So based on that technology, I found the company 2008, and also company is the Kosdaq listed on 2017, and also we started turning into profit company from the 2020 using the COVID-19 kit. And we are actually not only pursuing the human disease diagnosis, we are also pursuing the environmental disease, and also we are collaborating with Yonsei University here, and also we are also detecting animal health too. Our field is in vitro diagnosis. As you know, in vitro diagnosis is diagnosing the many diseases using the material from the body, inside the body, like blood, saliva, or urine, or many things from the body. So our focus is in detecting the virus. So to detect the virus, there are two methods. One is the RNA or DNA nucleic acid inside the virus, or the antigen or antibody of the virus. So we are actually focusing on the detecting antigen or antibody of virus. And using this technology, we developed a several system from the very big system which can detect which can be used in the large lab. And also we have developed a POCT and also self-testing. And for the future, we are trying to develop the device which can be used at home, like a medical appliance. So today I only focused on POCT device. Our technology is based on the soldier technology, which for the diagnostic, it's very important technology. It's how we can immobilize a biomarker. The new biomarker is also important, but after developing the new biomarker, we have to develop the technology which can increase the sensitivity and specificity by how we can immobilize the biomarker. But traditionally, people are using these two technologies. One is ELISA technology, which can observe the antigen or antibody on the surface. And also others developed these technology which can covalently attach the antigen or antibody on the surface of these. On this way, we can increase the specificity of the protein, antigen, and antibody by 50%. In our case, we can increase the 90% by encapsulating the soldier material. So by using our technology, we can increase the sensitivity by 1,000-fold, and also we can, with the same area, we can detect more than 64 diseases at one time. And also, since we have a very high specific activity of protein and the protein, we can lower the cost by technology. And we have a 3 platform and focus on one POCT platform first. And also this is our disease portfolio from the respiratory virus and also the high-risk virus transmitted by transfusion, and also some digital healthcare program, and also we have a preventive medicine program too. So I'm going to focus on the POCT platform. So we developed the POCT platform which can be used as it is. So it's very small size, like a microwave size. You can use at the doctor's office without any other reagent. Only this one reagent cartridge is needed for this one. So this platform sensitivity and specificity is the same as a big machine in the laboratory. So this is how it works. You can just add the blood or saliva, anything onto the system. You can automatically detect the assay and detect the image by using algorithm. At this stage, we apply the AI technology. So applying the deep learning technology such as objective detection algorithm, YOLO, we change the current unstable algorithm to this algorithm. How we did it, we developed automated algorithm, apply this one. After that, we can improve a lot of sensitivity and specificity after this. Using this technology, so you can detect many diseases at the same time at the doctor office easily in 20 minutes. So it's one example. So you can detect AIDS HIV, hepatitis C virus, syphilis, and hepatitis B virus at the same time. So with a sensitivity of 100%, and also limit of detection is same as the big machine, compared with the Abbott big machine. And also we can, using the same technology, we provide a pandemic solution during the COVID-19. First example is saliva. We use the saliva for testing, and we can provide to age from 0 to 99. So you can basically use all the age group who can spit. And also this can be higher than currently available. Sensitivity was higher than currently, tenfold higher than currently available technology. It is proven by the German Red Cross. And also we can detect not only the COVID-19, we can detect influenza A and B and COVID-19 antibody together. So this is used in more than 50 countries in the world, including Morocco and Kenya. So this is our 77 country we use during the COVID-19. And using this technology, we also develop more to the chronic disease such as diabetes. We actually collaborate with Gangnam Severance currently. And we try to, another thing we also developed for disease healthcare is using the EMR data-driven research, we can predict, I'm sorry, it's Korean. So we can predict the thickness of the IMT, and we can predict the when the disease can develop before it happens. So this is a model we developed together with Gangnam Severance. And also using this technology, we try to provide full cycle digital healthcare using whole genome sequencing along with the post-genomic technology. So we are trying to utilize all the technology, not only virus screen, genome, epigenome, transcriptome, predictome, hormone prediction technology to provide the healthcare information for one healthcare platform. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And then due to the limited time, I think that we can only take just one or two questions from the audience. So is there any questions? Oh yeah.
Thank you so much. Very wonderful presentations. I have some very simple question. Recently, introducing the quantum computing technology. How do you think about the medical using this technology development, quantum computing technology? Thank you.
So is there anyone who can answer this question? So, I don't know, like Professor Hako Lee. So do you know about it? Do you know about these quantum computing things?
Well, because I majored in physics.
Yeah, you're from physics. Right?
Yeah. So when I was studying physics, there was no concept of quantum computing, but the basic that I know is that this is basically one key advantage of quantum computing would be the computational power. And we all know that in the case of the AI development, in the transformer models and other things, right now it's based on the more kind of sequential structural computing. It takes a lot of power, right? Because to store the information and also do the computation. Quantum computing may parallel meaning, do the more or less kind of holistic computation, such that what it take like 1 hour could be done in, I'm just making this up, 2 or 3 seconds. It has that potential. let me stop here. But there are still more way to go because how mature the quantum is. You need low temperature and so forth. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then any more questions? Okay, so if there is none, I think we can stop here. So thank you very much. And then thank you very much for all speakers and then all you. Thank you.
Discussion, and following this, we'll take maybe a 15-minute break. Please take this opportunity to network, refresh, and prepare for the next compelling session. Thank you all. Welcome back. We'll now proceed to our second session of the day. The session titled The Sustainability and Resilience of the EU and the Implications for Korea focuses on the interplay between decarbonization, circular economy, and the evolving policy landscape in Europe and its impact on Korea. This session, moderated by Professor Yeonho Lee, Director of the Yonsei EU Jang Monet Center of Excellence, will explore critical issues like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, its circular economy action plans, and Korea's green transition in the face of EU climate policies. Let's invite them with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Yeonho Lee in the Department of Political Science, and also I'm a director of the Jang Monet EU Center at Yonsei University. So I'm very much delighted to take the chairship of this panel. We are going to discuss that the SDG or green policy as a whole of the EU. I all the time admire that EU is leading major normative discussion point in global politics. EU is particularly interested in environment and welfare issues. They are leading a normative subject of the international relations. So I made this opportunity to introduce what is the general green policy as a whole of the EU to Korea. And also I would like to get some implication for Korean government and society from the EU. I have invited Mr. Veveredorova from the EU delegation last year when I held a forum at the National Assembly. I was very much impressed with his presentation on the CBAM issues. So I have invited him to this panel today again. We are going to listen to the green policy of the EU because you will find out while listening to his presentation. He's covering many issues of the EU, including CBAM, so energy issues and labor issues and so on. So I think we have, there are a lot of points we can get from the EU, from the Korean perspectives. So as a discussant, we have invited two distinguished scholars, Mr. Jang Yong-wook, Dr. Jang Yong-wook from Kiev, and also Professor Taedong Lee. He is a very renowned scholar, and also is my colleague in the Department of Political Science. They are going to also discuss on his presentation. Also, they are going to raise questions from the Korean perspective. We have only 50 minutes, but Mr. Veveredorova, he thinks that at least he needs an hour to finish his presentation, but I requested him, I can give him only 20 minutes. It's a great pity, but he will take about 20 minutes to make a presentation, and also other discussants will take about 5 to 10 minutes. Then I will open the floor to the audiences. Please welcome him with a big applause. Thank you.
Annyeonghaseyo, it's my pleasure to be here, and thank you, Director Lee, for inviting me. Also, hello to my co-speakers, Professor Lee and Mr. Jiang. And thank you for the GEF for this organization. It's a fantastic event, I must say. I'm quite impressed. And thank you for your interest in the EU policies, and also congratulations to be at Yonsei University. I know Sky Castle from Netflix, so I know what it means to be here, so well done. And I have, as Director Lee said, to rush through my presentation. Unfortunately, in 20 minutes, I hope I can make it. So bear with me. I will not mention all that is written. I hope you get it in writing anyway. So you know that the European Union has a Green Deal. We have our climate law since 2021. And we pledging to have climate neutrality by 2050. That's the same as Korea. 2030 target is for us 55% greenhouse gas emission reductions, and this is higher than in Korea. However, in Korea you have the base value of 2018, we have it from 1990. So in a way it's more or less equal. Is this all possible? I would say yes, we believe in this. You see here the above line is the GDP growth in the EU, and below you see the lower graph. The lower line is the development of emissions. You see the gap is widening. This is a good sign. We hope to be there by 2050. What is very important for you to understand is, and this is also a bit confused sometimes in the press here, the EU, there are three legislative main players. One is the EU Commission. Normally I work in the EU Commission in Brussels. Then we have the Council. The Council, these are the member states' representatives, and we have the EU Parliament, which are the members elected by the people. So the Commission makes a proposal, the Council adopts an opinion, the Parliament adopts an opinion, and then it's a trilateral meeting and hopefully a political agreement, and then it becomes a law. So to be distinguished, we have a proposal of the Commission. So some laws are only at the proposal stage, not yet law. The second thing you have to distinguish is that in the EU you have, on the one hand, directives, and on the other hand, regulations. What's the difference? Directives are not directly applicable. They require that member states have, via national law, transform them into national law. So this, normally they have a deadline of 2 years, but some of them are lagging behind, and the Commission is even to go to courts to make them implement them. Then we have regulations which are directly applicable, so directly applicable EU law. So if you see later directives and regulations, that's a difference, and you should know this. So our green strategy, or Green Deal, is linked to other strategies, particularly circular economy action plan, the plastic strategy, CO pollution ambition strategy, etc. There's also farm to fork strategies, agriculture strategy. So we have many strategies. I cannot go through all of them. Even the European Green Deal has many sub-objectives. Now it covers very, very different topics, and I will focus today on only the following 4 basically. The last are cross-cutting issues. One is circular economy, which is very important. Energy, CBIM, because it's very much on focus in Korea. And I come to due diligence. So I picked this out because I think it's very relevant for Korea. Coming to circular economy, what are the implications for the Republic of Korea? I think there are first adaptation needs, and secondly, there might be some initiation to review their own circular economy policy, which you have in Korea. We have an action plan, which I mentioned before. There are 35 actions planned. Very important, the main ambition is to make sustainable products the norm in the EU. So meaning in the best possible way in the future there would be no waste anymore. So it starts basically from the sourcing to the design of products, to the use, to the waste management, into recycling, and in total there are many areas to be covered, and one of the central regulations we have in place is the eco-design for sustainable products. You see here there's a political agreement reached on the 4th of December, meaning just a couple of months ago, so it's not yet law. if this is in place, so political agreement means normally it will be in place, and it's a regulation, so directly applicable. There will be also some multi-annual working plans to tailor this better into specifics, and there are also specific measures for particular products and industry segments. There are certain requirements, like for certain products, like guaranteed lifetime, guarantees for the lifetime of the product, availability of spare parts, some requirements for the consumption of energy, for the emissions, etc. And what is also important, we would like that products have basically a QR code with a digital product passport which explains in detail what resources are used, what are the emissions embedded in the product, what happens to the product after its use, after its lifetime. Then we have, I come to next, and I have to rush through a bit. We have a plastic strategy, and the most important part is a single-use plastics directive. What have we done? Basically, we collected during a time all the litter found at European beaches, and out of this we found out that there are items which are recurrently found, and we took the most found single-use plastics items plus fishing gear, and this represents 70% of the litter found on the beaches, and these items are covered by our directive, so directive has been implemented by the member states. So as regards single-use plastics, we have to differentiate between plastics which have already available a sustainable alternative. In this regard, we have a market ban. You see here, for example, we have straws, etc., and also some cutlery, plates, etc. And then for other items, we have prevention measures or better waste management measures, where it's now a clear sustainable alternative. You know that in Korea, there was the idea to have, for example, a ban on plastic cups, but this was, again, not put into place. There was a deadline until last November, but the government proposed to prolong the period to implement this measure. Coming to recycled content, so the aim of the EU is to have 10 million tons of recycled plastics in new products, meaning you have some specifications how much recycled content new products must have. As regards plastic bottles, so we have the objective to have, or there's the requirement to have by 2025, 25% of new plastic bottles out of recycled plastic, by 2030, 30%. Same recycled content requirements we will have for, or we have for packaging, vehicles, construction materials, etc. Coming to packaging, so here we have a proposal. In this regard, we want to make all packaging of the EU recyclable by 2030. So all packaging material, and of course we want to reduce packaging waste and reduce the use of virgin material, meaning not recycled material. The main proposals are basically to ban certain form of unnecessary packaging, to target minimal recycled content, as I said before, and with the plastic bottle, also reduction of packaging waste with clear objectives, and also mandatory reuse and deposit return systems. Coming to the battery regulation, so this is quite a bit a headache for Korean companies because Korea is very prominent in the battery market. So we have the first time regulation which covers the entire life cycle, basing from sourcing to production, to the primary use, to the collection, to the recycling. So there's very much interest. We have a particular presentation just on this regulation. So what is important here is, on the one hand, we have collection targets, which are very much defined, but we have also minimum content of recycled materials. And this focuses on cobalt, lead, lithium, and nickel. And here you have clear targets until 2031 and 2036. You see, the EU gives a lot of time to adapt to them because it will take some time for the producers of batteries to adapt to these targets. However, we had in our delegation just 2 weeks ago SK On, which is one of the main producers, and they said they might face problems to find enough recycled material by them, so we have to see how far it's going to be possible in practice. Then we come to the end-of-life vehicles directive. It's a proposal of the Commission of 2023. However, we have already one directive in place since 2020. However, you have to see that end-of-life vehicles, they amount to 6 million per year in the EU, so 6 million, and they are very resource-intensive production of vehicles, and they're number one consumers of many raw materials and rare earths. So it's a very important area, and we see that with the present directive, it doesn't go necessarily into the right direction because many vehicles just disappear and the efforts are not at the level we want to have. So we want to review it and make it better and cover more vehicles, cover also the design of vehicles, make producers financially responsible, what is also one of the key concepts of the EU, to say basically the producer pays for its wrongdoings. And then we have also some 25 plastic use recycled content is defined, and we should collect more and recover better basically. What is Korea doing in circular economy? There was a general, I think, act on a proposal to get to the transition to renewable energy, to circular economy. And this was not very defined, but MOTI, I think last June, came up with some CE9 initiative where MOTI focuses on 9 specific industry sectors. However, this is not yet defined at the level of the EU. So I come to the next point. This is decarbonization policies. And in this regard, I would say here is also some adaptation and cooperation needs from Korea, but also certain opportunities for getting technological leadership because it affects many industrialized products in which Korea is global leader. So I come first to renewable energy. So in this regard, we had a target of 40%. Or you see for solar energy, we have a target by 2025 of 320 gigawatts. And for heat pumps, we want to have 10 million units over the next 5 years. There's a war in Ukraine. You will notice Russia's aggression there, and this led the EU to change this renewable energy target to 45% by 2030. So we put it 5% higher. We have a wind power energy plan, so we have 204 gigawatts in place now, and we have ambitious target for offshore wind. So we want to have 109 to 112 gigawatts by 2030. Just in comparison, Korea has a plan to have 14.3 gigawatts as a plan. However, this is hardly reachable because it is not at a stage here. And we want to have basically an extension which requires for us, for the EU, to extend our capacity by 12 gigawatts per year. So this is quite a lot. Then we have a gas package legislation. I just want to focus on the hydrogen targets because it's also a bigger topic in Korea. We want to have 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2030 and 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen produced by the EU, by then also 10 million tons of imports. This is also quite a lot. And then we come to some specific targets we have for certain transport means. And I come here, basically this covers a bit where Korea could really have a technological lead. So for cars and vans, we have an emission reduction foreseen by 55%, or this, in the law, 55% for cars by 2030 and 50% for vans, and 100% by 2035. This means we have 0 emission targets on sale only in Europe as from 2035. So no other new car can be sold anymore in the EU as from 2035. There are lower targets for heavy-duty vehicles. You see 45% reduction by 2030, 9% by 2040. All new city buses should have or will have 0 emissions as of 2030, so meaning in 6 years. Why? Because the technology is so far advanced. We have electrical buses, it's no problem. Oh, I lost my presentation, I don't know why. Now it comes back. And you see here for maritime, meaning shipping, the targets are lower, much lower. So for 2035, 14.5 and 80% by 2050. Why is that? Because there's no clear technological agreement what is the fuel of the future. This can be ammonia, this can be methanol, this can be maybe hydrogen, this can be biofuel. So this has still to be developed in the market. So the adaptation phase is slower, also the time to build ships, etc. takes much longer. The same for the aviation industry. In this regard, we have also slower targets, meaning 20% by 35 and 70% by 2050 for aircraft fuels. What is very important, we need, of course, to have an infrastructure in place which caters for all these new energy sources. So we need new recharge infrastructure for cars, vans, for ships, and for planes. So this is a special regulation we have. So where is Korea driving to? I mean, you know, with the new, the present government, what they did first in the 10th basic energy supply, demand and supply plan, they reduced basically the target for renewables from around 30 to 21.6%, so by around 10%, whereas on the other end, they extended nuclear by around 10%. So it's clearly the objective of the present government. So in general, a focus on nuclear and also on hydrogen. As we say, we have to distinguish here between brown and gray hydrogen, which is based on fossil fuels, and we in the EU we want to have renewable hydrogen, green hydrogen. The difference is the whole process to create hydrogen requires a lot of energy, and the question is what kind of energy you use. So far, developments in Korea rather to use fossil fuels, so the energy, the fossil fuels wasted is quite a lot. So we are, of course, working with Korea, and we work particularly on renewable energies. It's really, you saw it, we have a high target, 45% 2030 in the EU with Korea. However, in Korea, I think with solar energy, the experience was a bit mixed, and so far that China took quite over the market, and there are also some political issues behind. Then we have offshore wind in particular, so I'm very active on this. And you have here, in this regard, auctions, and you have 2 offshore wind bills pending before the National Assembly, which are bipartisan, meaning they are backed by both main parties, UDP and PPP, but they are pending for 1 year now. Coming to CBAM, this is a main area in Europe, but much more even in Korea, because it is very much a focus here on it, and we need here some adaptation and cooperation. And it's also an opportunity for Korea to revise its own emission trading system. Saying this, we are always approached with the idea that there's some sort of discrimination. It will be not WTO, World Trade Organization compliant. I would say this is not the case, because producers in the EU will pay exactly the same as importers. So it means that if you are exporter or importer to the EU of certain products, you have to pay in the EU for the embedded emissions some price, carbon price. The same is paid by producers in the EU. So there's the same price for all. If you have paid something abroad in your country of origin, for example, Korea, you can deduct the price you have already paid. So the price is exactly the same. The measure addresses companies, not countries, and focuses on carbon-intensive sectors, namely on cement, iron, steel, aluminium, fertilizer, electricity, and hydrogen. Why this? Because they are very emission extensive, and also there is a big risk of carbon leakage. I'll come to this later. So these sectors were selected by the EU, and the whole idea to put the CBAM measures in place is that we have our own emission trading system in the EU already since 2000. We're in the 4th phase. It's the first globally such a system. Korea has run since 2015. And it's a sort of cap and trade system. Just to explain, so for the emission, for the industry covers, they get for the production a certain cap. They cannot go beyond the cap of emissions they can have during the production phase. If they go beyond, they get fined. Within this cap, in general, they have to pay, but only so far as there are no free allowances. I mean, for a certain part of them, you don't have to pay, and you have to just to pay for the emissions between the free allowances and the cap, basically. Now with the Green Deal, we lower basically the cap, and at the same time we phase out the free allowances. And there is the risk that for this reason many companies will change the production site abroad, meaning to outside EU. How can you avoid this? Because of course it's an international competition, and if you have to pay a lot in the EU, how we can compete with importers? So you can do three things. Either you have a low carbon price, or you have very high free allowances, or you have an equal price for import. So the EU opted for option C. This is the only real green measure, because let's say compared to Korea, Korea covers more products. We cover only 45% of products. Korea covers 76% with the emission trading system. However, the pay, I heard around 20%, 15% only of the price. Why is that? The price is much lower, and the free allowances are very high. So in a way, this is, of course, they can be deducted the price paid, but after all, for the clean environment, it doesn't bring much if we have an emission trading system in place with very low price and high free allowances, because after all, companies hardly pay anything, are not motivated to change the production process. Also very important to take into account that CBAM is not implemented immediately. There is a transitional phase, and actually at the moment we are at the stage of reporting and monitoring, and pricing will only be introduced by 2026, so in 2 years, but also very slowly, first at 2.5% and 5%, 10%, in the same rhythm as we phase out free allowances. So I come to the last one, and bit behind the time, my apologies, 5 more minutes. I come to due diligence policies. It's very important. Also for Korea, because it goes beyond the borders of Korea for companies, for Korean companies, particularly chaebols. And it could be a model function for the future Korean legislation, because in Korea there's nothing in place in this regard. We have the legislative development, the due diligence context. You see there are a lot of measures already in place. The others are in preparation at the so-called trilogue stage between Commission, Council and Parliament. We talked already about the battery regulation. There are due diligence obligations. To CBAM, there are due diligence in a way obligations. And we talked about packaging, but we will now talk very briefly about deforestation, forced labor, and corporate sustainable due diligence. Deforestation. So the EU, since June 2023, has regulation in place, which basically says that you cannot export or sell in the EU palm oil, cattle, soy, coffee, cacao, timber, rubber, and derived products such as leather, furniture, and printed books, if either they have been produced on land recently deforested or degraded, or been produced not in accordance with the law. So one of the two is enough that you cannot sell it anymore. The cut-off date to say whether it's a degraded, deforested area is the 31st of December 2020. To make it short, is it relevant for Korea? In a way, not really, because there is no big deforestation, degradation of forest in Korea, because since the 60s you take very well care of your forest here. However, in so far that you want to export, let's say, for example, tires from here, and we have tire exporters in Korea, and they will use some rubber, which will be imported to Korea from some Asian countries or Latin American countries. And if this comes from a region which has been deforested or produced not in accordance with the law, then you cannot export anymore to the EU. Forced labor. So forced labor, it sounds like this is nothing. So there's basically an effective provision to place on the EU market any product which was produced via forced labor. Is this an issue for Korea? Yes, it is, unfortunately, because we have FTA, free trade agreement with Korea in place since 2011, or in application at least for more than 13 years, or around 13 years. And there is the first time ever we have a TSD chapter, which means a Trade and Sustainable Development chapter, and it says that both parties commit to ratify and implement the 10 core ILO, International Labour Organization, conventions. One of the conventions is a general prohibition of forced labor, but there is also a specific one, ILO Convention 105, which says that you cannot force prisoners which are in prison for let's say, political agitation or reasons, you cannot force them to have forced labor in prison, but Korean legislation does so. So that's our big concern, also in our FTA implementation, in saying if any of these products produced by forced labor in Korea is supposed to be exported to the EU, this will not be possible. I come a bit to the big elephant in the room. This is the CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive of the EU. This is also internally very much discussed because it requires really big companies to basically clean up the whole supply chain globally, saying that in the supply chain there should be no degradation or any adverse effect on the environment, on human rights. So indirectly, not only the big companies are concerned, but also all the suppliers, also small suppliers in the whole supply chain. So we had a political agreement on this, and discussions were reopened because some countries, namely basically Germany, France, and Austria, also Italy, I think, they had some last-minute concerns upon companies or big industry associations' pressure. But I think it will get into place maybe in a bit revised version, because in some of the countries we have this order in place in one of the member states of the EU, namely in Germany and France, to a bit limited extent. And in this regard, I think this will be reality and will really affect also chaebols, because also chaebols which will export to the EU and from a certain level, 300 million euros was proposed, will have to clean up their supply chains. Just to say, in Korea, there's a discussion here. We have a ESG committee in the National Assembly which tried to broker a bill on corporate social responsibility, what you don't have so far in Korea. However, the bill proposed by the Democratic Party last September is still pending. I think there's not a big push from the companies and from the government to get this through. I come to the end, and thanks for your patience. Just very short, if in the EU we have a new legislative initiative, we really take into account the citizens' views from the beginning. It's very important. We have to have the economics right, and also some sort of green financing. We have innovation support. We have a Horizon Europe program. Korea will associate with this program in the future, and we have green diplomacy. And in this regard, we see from the EU side that we cannot do this alone. Of course, we face here global challenges. We can do this only hand in hand with our global partners. And as well in the EU, as in Korea, we are very much dependent on imports. So even more, we are really vulnerable, and we try to have some leadership. And we are by far the biggest donator in the whole world on global financing and technical support in green areas. And we have free trade agreements, as I mentioned, with Korea, as green partnerships. And just with Korea, we concluded last May a green partnership which covers basically all the issues. And we have also now new programs here in Korea, which give some funding for the next 4 years. And we hope really for the support of the Korean government, and would hope that the Korean government is supporting and developing its own legislation in this regard in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. for your very implicating presentation. Whenever I listen to his presentation, the Green Deal policy, sustainable development issues discussed in the EU is very, very comprehensive and also very complicated. I wonder, and also I'm worried if only the limited portion of your policies have been introduced to Korea and other countries. So I'm a bit worried how we could cope with it, your initiative. So one of the proposals is to get an implication policy and also academic implication from the EU cases. We have invited two distinguished scholars. We want to listen to their point of view. First of all, I want to invite Dr. Jang Yong-mook from Kiev. He's going to give us implication and comments from the maybe quasi-government position, because Kiev is working for the government as well. So please welcome him with a big applause.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is Dr. Young Jang. I'm research fellow at Kiev, which is government-funded think tank. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Bevendorfer for your excellent and comprehensive summary of EU-wide effort for sustainability and resilience. I will add a few points building on your presentation, and if time allows, I'll ask some couple of questions. So to begin with, I'd like to highlight that Republic of Korea does share the common goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050, as you mentioned. So the National Assembly of Korea passed the law, Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality, and it stipulated the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal by 2030 and 2050. So specifically, the act requires the government to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 by 35% from the 2018 levels, and also requires to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. Despite the common goal, I must admit that the EU is far more advanced position to achieve this goal than Korea. So you are confident for the EU to achieve the climate neutrality goal by 2050, and I hope that Korea also achieves that. But I think we need a lot more. We need to make a lot more effort if we want to achieve that goal. However, I've got no doubt that Korea is a credible and like-minded partner that the EU can rely on to pursue the target of climate neutrality together. Mr. Bevendorfer introduced key issues around the EU's environmental policies. To me, EU-wise policies seem to have three mutually non-exclusive objectives. So the first is to mitigate climate change by reducing carbon emissions, that is for sure. And the second and third is more related to economy. So the second goal is to boost the EU's economy based on the advancement of homegrown net zero technologies. And relating to the second, the third goal is to respond to the US and China's and other major countries' anti-competitive practice in international trade, including provision of subsidies and things like that. So environmental policies sometimes work as a protectionist or mercantilist measures, as it often aims to protect the local companies and discriminate against foreign companies. But as you all know, protectionist policies will lead to the fragmentation of world, hampering free exchange of goods and services, capital, labor, and ideas, and so on. And I am sure that this fragmentation does not help achieving the climate neutrality goal in the future. So we need to take extra care to ensure that domestic environmental policies do not distort free market and free trade principle. That's something that I want to make. So let me take an example of CBAM. So CBAM is one of the most contentious and most influential policies of the EU. So CBAM will become an effective tool to achieve climate neutrality, not only in the EU, but also worldwide. CBAM is designed to prevent carbon leakage by imposing tax-type costs to the companies exporting their goods to the EU. So those exporters are expected to join the effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions However, it is also true that the application of CBAM has become a source of concern for many Korean exporters. The carbon pricing across borders necessarily works as an additional barrier to trade, which should not have occurred if there was no such law. As Korea is one of the major exporters in the iron and steel industry, which is within the scope of CBAM, the increase in price and decrease in output in the industry seems inevitable. I still believe that the first and foremost goal of the CBAM is to help achieve carbon neutrality and to protect the earth and human beings, of course, but it's hard to deny that the CBAM seems to have an additional goal to strengthen the competitiveness of EU-based companies or protect EU-based companies by erecting trade barriers to others. One way for the EU to address this issue would be, and I know that EU is actively involved to address this issue, and one way to do that would be negotiate with the Korean government on how to incorporate the Korean ETS system in carbon pricing after the transition period. So Korea has its own emission trading system running from 2015, which is in the in its third phase from 2021 to 2025. So we need to begin the new phase from 2026 when the transition period ends. So Korea, covers around 75% of all greenhouse gas emissions of Korea. As CBAM, by design, will not allow double pricing. So it may provide room for reducing the burden against Korean companies who make their own effort to decarbonize. Of course, the more important objective than reducing price is to reducing carbon emissions itself. So a technological innovation seems to be at the heart of the greenhouse gas reduction. So as Leventhorf suggested, EU and Korea can expand the opportunity to cooperate on research and development by using of renewable energy production, usage, and storage, probably by using a platform like Horizon Europe, where Korea is on the way to becoming an associated member. Also, I agree that we can utilize existing platforms like the Korea-EU Green Partnership or Korea-EU Free Trade Agreement, or other diplomatic and economic dialogues. So that was my comment, and I've got a couple of questions about the EU's position on environmental policies after the election. So there is election coming. The European Parliament election is going to be held in June, and the European Commission will be replaced afterwards. I was wondering if the European Commission, the new European Commission and new European Parliament would continue their effort for sustainability and resilience, because as far as I know, the Green Party is kind of losing their ground at the moment, and other conservative parties who are not very keen on these environmental issues are gaining ground. And the second question was about nuclear power. So especially after the Russian-Ukraine war, the nuclear power, so in some European Union member countries are expanding the nuclear power or stop reducing the nuclear power. How do you think about the future of nuclear power, as it is very relevant for Korea as well? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jung. So let me invite Professor Taedong Lee. I hope he's going to give us a comment from the private sector and social sector and also academic point of view. Please welcome Professor Taedong Lee.
Thank you. My name is Taedong Lee. I'm a political science department in Yonsei, and also I study environment, climate, and energy politics and policy at local, national, and international level. So I prepared the short PowerPoint presentation, but I think that there's a lot of duplication, so I will keep kind of skipping the content, but I would like to show that I have done my homework. So the European Green Deal policy is really important to understand, cover a lot of components like environment, energy, transport, industry, agriculture, and sustainable finance. And also has a Fit for 55 and climate law, and you see that the timeline for the Green New Deal policy. The Fit for 55 package is aimed to translate the climate ambitions of Green Deal into law. And also, as you heard, that there's a EU emission trading system, which is one of the most advanced system, and is also the backbone for the CBAM. The CBAM is one of the critical things that I would like to ask a question later, but as you know, it is one of the kind of trade policy regarding the climate change mitigation. And I probably skipped most of part of the mechanism. But also, we also note that the importance of circular economy action plan, and also plastic strategies and textile strategies. And also, we also think about what will be the impact of a EU regulation on South Korea. So here's my actually comment and questions. So as you all notice that the EU the leading role and initiator in terms of climate, energy, and many other aspects in the environmental politics. So also EU formed a club. So club means not just a nightclub or dance club. A club is a not excludable but non-liability aspect of clubs. So if you are in the club member, you can enjoy a lot of benefit. However, if you're not in the member of club, you can be excludable for the benefit. So actually, the CBAM, one of the idea and theoretical background of CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, is a club. So my first question is that, okay, so that is pretty good to tackle climate change together. However, there could be a number of companies and countries, in particular developing countries, they cannot meet the initiate and regulation of the EU advancement. So many companies in developing countries may feel that EU is kicking the ladder for the development, because that is a club for the EU members, not for other countries or companies who are unable to cope with this high standard. So my question is, what will be the scheme for the EU to take care of this non-club members? And secondly, when I listen to the presentation, there's a lot of suggestions for adoption and cooperation. My second question is that what would be the good scheme for developing countries and many other countries and the companies in South Korea as well to adopt and cooperate with EU? So as you all know, it's easier said than done, right? It's important to have a cooperation, it's important to have a adoption, but how can you do that? But it's not just about effort from the developing countries or South Korean government or the companies. So there must be, two hands to have a cooperation and collaborations. So what would you suggest for the cooperation and adoption of the variety of EU initiative to advance and facilitate the cooperation? That's my question. So this is really important, not for just South Korea, but also I think it's important for the many other developing countries as well. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Taedong Lee. Actually, as I mentioned, I'm the director of the Jungwon Youth Center. Mission of the Jungwon Youth Center is to proliferate the ideas and norms and good things of the EU to the Korean community. And we have a very educational mission as well. So therefore, I will open the floor. Particularly, I'd like to invite the questions from the students. Okay. So after we get some points from the students, maybe I will return to you.
Maybe if I can suggest, I would like to answer now to the questions here.
Before you forget to answer. Okay. After.
Yes. Yeah. And just I would like to come, if you're allowed, to your presentation, because I would like to make some comments to it. On the one hand, it was said that the measures aim at boosting EU companies or industry in a certain way. Certainly it's the case, and I would invite Korea to do the same, because if the future is green technology, you should push your companies towards green technology. So that's really a part of it. Then the notion about anti-competitive protectionism, discriminatory measures, I think this is not the case. This is the case with the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, where it's clearly said you have to manufacture in the US, or you have to get the resources from countries with which the US has an FTA, but we don't do this in Europe. Everybody has the same conditions. That's very important. And you say it's a discrimination. As far as EU producers are in competition with foreign producers in the EU, they will pay exactly the same. There's no discrimination. However, when EU producers will compete with foreign producers out of the EU, there's still disadvantage. So in a way, there's still a discrimination against EU companies outside the EU. Then there was a note on, I can't read my own handwriting. if there is this limitation of trade, yeah, I agree that it's a sort of barrier, particularly because it creates some red tape. We have to report, to monitor, and we see this as well. This is not what we want to. We want to limit this, and in this regard, we are in contact with the Korean authorities. We had a 2-day visit last November from the Director General of the GTAPSUD, which is in charge of this, just to cooperate with Korea. We are in constant cooperation with the task force of MOTI, task force of POSCO, etc. So we are in very intense contact to reduce this red tape. Then the question, the notion that this will lead to fragmentation, that's of course also a concern we have. However, if you want to have no fragmentation, it would mean you have to wait for the activities and decisions of US, China, India, and the like. And you will wait for hundreds of years to have an agreement between them. These three alone, just to say the extreme. So we don't see this, that this is possible. So I think somebody has to go ahead, and the EU has a certain size. It might be a model for others. Then we have the questions of you. The elections, they are a good point. We had lately some protests and manifestations and demonstrations in the EU of farmers against a lot of things. Basically, they want to have regionalization, after all, to sell their own products to a high price. And they don't like globalization, they don't like that they, in their production means or ways of to produce process are limited. So there is some agitation on the agricultural side in Europe, and really the forecast is that green parties will a bit lose the next election. What does this mean for the EU legislative initiatives? I doubt that it will have a big impact because the main areas are supported by all the parties. I mean, it might have an impact on future developments and future policies. The second was for the unclear... What was it? Nuclear. The nuclear power, exactly. The nuclear power, yeah, this is really for the EU a very difficult topic. We know that the Korean government is very much pushing for this, also with some initiative to take nuclear power into the decarbonization concept. But for us it's very difficult because we have very divergent views of member states, and after all we are member state driven. So we have, for example, in France a very pro-nuclear policy, whereas in Germany and Austria they are completely anti-nuclear. So for the EU it's very difficult to define our own position, basically impossible. Then we come to the club, and this is a very good point. In a way, yeah, it's true. I mean, CBAM to define as a club, it means if you want to sell something in Europe, you must be member of the club. So it's a not exclusive club, a very open club, but sort of with clear rules. So it's not discriminatory. I found maybe more valid the aspect of developing countries. And I asked the students, I have a prime suspect here, would it be a good idea to not apply CBAM to developing countries or least developing countries? So if you produce there, you wouldn't have to pay. Is it a good idea? What would you think? Any opinion on this? Yes, very good. Thank you. You get a microphone.
Thank you. So, my opinion is that we have to let them build a good level of GDP, because as we saw in your presentation, with higher GDP comes less carbon emissions. Therefore, we should give them like a 10-year period in which they would be able to develop to a certain extent, to which they would transition easier. Because right now, the resources needed for them to transition in a shorter period would come from the European Union, and we have already gone over a bit of budget until 2030 of 260 billion euros, and that is a lot for our economy.
Yeah, this is a very interesting opinion with which I would not totally agree. I mean, first to mention that that if GDP increases, normally also emissions increase. I mean, that in Europe it goes apart, it's only because of the green policies. But just imagine if we exclude some countries, least developed countries, from CBAM, it would mean that all the big companies would produce from there with the least environmental friendly conditions. It would have a completely opposite effect. We would have more pollution globally, And these poor countries would be swamped by emissions, and I don't believe that the big international multinational companies would leave a lot of money there. So we think this is not the right way. So we, to avoid that they are swamped by these big polluters with the least emission-friendly production means, we are in contact with technical programs to support them to make this sleep. Also say, if you see the products which are mentioned, many plastic don't come from the least developed countries. But never, it's controversial. Yeah, there's another one.
I will give you some discussion time.
Oh yeah, okay. No, so the last question was, yeah, what is a good scheme for cooperation? I mean, we really, I mean, the good scheme for cooperation. We have the partnership, the EU-Korea Green Partnership. And I think this is the right way to have constant dialogue with all like-minded partners, and best to get more like-minded partners in. As regards Korea, I see two difficulties. First, I think Korea's policy is very much driven by chaebols, and we have to bring the chaebols on the green side, put it like this. And this is, I think, still quite a difficult way. And secondly, the second issue we have, and I put it like this, that Korea in a certain way sides automatically to political and security interests with a big power which is maybe not so environmentally friendly in its policy as the EU. That's another issue.
Thank you, Dr. Bevenendorf. Okay, so we have already started the discussion between students and the presenter. So, okay, so we have only 5 minutes available. So let me give just a couple of people, and you, and then you. Okay, please.
So thank you for your presentation. And in addition of the other graduate mentioning about the opinion and direction of acknowledging their region's European Union support towards the carbon-related issues, although my predictions are there are ongoing global changes like environmental crisis and adaptations of new nation of Ethiopia and 4 other Arabic nations to the second hegemony of the BRICS just shortly this year in January. So my predictions would be that the EU would actually save more instead of investing on new and different regions of the Middle East or Africa, and just keep going on with implementing the rules. Like in my knowledge, the main rules that impressed me were GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, which I learned about that for first time in Berlin, Germany a few years ago before pandemics. But now I also acknowledge CBAM, and so that leads to my actual question of a case study. I believe it was a city of Jeonju in Finland, which nation of the very new member of the NATO this year. But in Jeonju, they have this proposal of becoming one of the very forerunners of environmental implementation, and they want to be climate neutral by 2025. And I don't know if you knew about the case study about Jeonju, Finland, or any other city in Finland, but how would you rate the forerunner efforts of Finland's most recent carbon neutral efforts and environmental implementations? Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you for your presentation, and my question is going back to the developing countries and how to incorporate them into the club. So I have the question how feasible it is or how realistic it is to support those developing countries in their sustainable supply chains, since this is again a big economic impact to the EU market. So is there any effort already to support these countries or the supply chains, or is the idea already in question?
Okay. It has to be very brief. One last question from the floor.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is very brief. So I was wondering if the EU has to follow the EU standards, the CBAN, for products they are manufacturing to export. So as if they are selling them in the EU market. And also, if so, are there any schemes or mechanisms to make the EU products more competitive in the global market? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your interest in questions. And first, very nice that you studied in Germany and you know about the GPR, so very impressed by this. And it's true, yeah, there are some countries, some member states of the EU which go a step ahead, not only Finland, also Germany. Germany, for example, they won't be emission neutral, climate neutral by 2045, so 5 years earlier. So the EU regulations, you know, the whole framework is only the minimum requirements which we expect from all 27 member states. But each member state can go beyond. I mean, we are happy about it, you know. So this is not that we want to have a fixed percentage for all the countries. Just say that's the minimum. You can always do more, and we are happy if countries do more, particularly more the Nordic countries are very much forerunners, as you say. We come to the second question, yeah, how realistic is the developing countries change? Very good question, so thank you. And it's of course, yeah, it's a concern, also for us, it's true. I mean, the least developing countries, of course, they live on being at the very end of the supply chain by child labor, complete devastation of the environment. The question, we want to keep on with this or not? That's the main question, yeah. And if you don't agree with this, and we don't agree with this, then you have to help these least developed countries, we have to help them. The question is, if you are able and have enough funding and the agreement of all the member states to do so, and that's really a question. And we try to do the best with the means we have. I mean, we have by far globally the biggest developing funds in the world, so we give a lot of money, and we have a lot of technical programs to keep them sort of, yeah, alive, basically, in many industry sectors if there's a change. However, this is difficult, you know, it cannot be excluded that there are some negative effects. It cannot be completely excluded, but the alternative would be we just continue as we always did. I mean, the lowest market wins, just the price is the only decisive factor, and we don't want to have this. And the last question, yeah, also very good. Yeah, for exports, yeah, there was initiative in the EU from companies to get protected as regards the exports, but basically this was not seen as possible from the EU legislator. You have to see you come here into competition law, subsidy law, subsidization, state aids, etc., where the EU is very vocal against the practices in some big neighboring state of Korea. So it would not be a good signal, I think. So I think it's good that we don't do this, but for EU companies, it is a big disadvantage.
One more final point from
yes. As you saw the presentation, there's a concept and phenomenon, we call it decoupling. Decoupling from GDP growth and carbon emissions. That means we can achieve economic growth, however, we do not produce that much of greenhouse gas emission. I study a European country for 10 years with a panel data study, and those who pursue carbon pricing more, in particular ETS, are likely to achieve ETS, the decoupling. Because not all countries, member countries in EU achieve the decoupling, but those who pursue more carbon pricing are more likely to achieve decoupling. And also I extend my study, the research on how this decoupling concept can take place in developing countries. So I analyzed about 100 developing countries for 10 years with a similar idea, but this time the cause are different. One is that climate aid, or FIT, foreign FDI. So climate aid is really important factor that influence decouplings in developing countries. So for those countries following the EU leading role and also meet the target, they need some kind of aid.
Thank you. I wish we could have more time for question and answer, but I was told I have to finish by 50 already. The time limit had passed. As a director of the German Youth Center, I all the time appreciate your initiative in the human welfare issue as a whole and leading the global international community. With the war breaking out in Ukraine and Russia, and also rising tensions between two Chinas, many people say that realistic perspective is winning, and rather than normative and public multilateral diplomacy at the level of international community. But we must find out some hope to maintain the peace. So, and also particularly, this is really important discussion. And also, as Professor Lee pointed out, we also must keep on making a constant effort to narrow the gap between the developed and developing countries. Thank you for your contribution, and also thank you for your participation in this panel. Let me finish the panel now. Thank you.
Which provided a timely discussion on carbonization policy. So we'll now take a lunch break, and the session will resume at 1 p.m. So please do not forget to come back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Granville-Room-B for an exciting continuation. This afternoon, we're kicking off with an extraordinary session that showcases the innovative projects of the Social Engagement Fund, or SEF. SEF has been a catalyst for change, supporting research and projects aimed at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from the teams whose outstanding work has not only earned them the SEF Awards, but also made a significant impact on communities around the globe. In relation to health initiatives for North Korean defectors and eco-friendly menstrual products, these presentations promise to inspire and challenge us all. In addition to the remarkable projects we're showcasing today, we have a special presentation from Yonsei's very own Model United Nations team, Moon. This team, composed of our brightest and most articulate students, has been making waves in international and national moon circles, demonstrating exceptional skill in diplomacy, negotiation, and public speaking. Their presentation today not only highlights the importance of global governance and diplomacy in solving today's complex challenges, but also showcases the critical thinking and leadership skills cultivated at Yonsei. We'll now begin. Please join me in welcoming the first SEF project presenter, Ms. Na-kyung Lim, a student from Department of Economics, Underwood International College. And she will present a project titled A Study on the Solution of Coral Bleaching and Coral Ecosystem Restoration Strategy Due to Global Warming. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, this is Na-kyung Lim, leading the team S14 in the Social Engagement Fund 2023. It's an honor to share our project today, managed with our team member Haemin Choi, through the title of Reef Revival, Bridging Research and Sustainable Life. Can anyone guess what these two numbers indicate? Corals are often called tropical rainforests of the sea, and in fact, these are the numbers that imply the significant urgency of our topic, which triggered our team to conduct the project. Fully 25% of marine species inhabit coral reef, making up only 0.2% of the ocean floor. However, it is looming possibility that the corals around the globe would face total extinction by 2100, around 93% due to human activities. According to UN Environmental Fund, the economic value of reefs is estimated at approximately 3.2 trillion won annually, while coral bleaching has been accelerated. Coral bleaching is the phenomenon of corals turning completely white, like the picture. This poses significant threat to marine life and economy, directly related to humanity's survival. Despite the urgency, not many people are familiar with this issue. As an undergrad and a beginner researcher, therefore, we would like to hire the accessibility through empirical research. Team Green Wave aims to deep dive into coral bleaching and seek for coral ecosystem restoration strategies. We focused on soft corals in Korea and hard corals in Malaysia, linking sustainable industries through data analysis. The underlying target SDGs are number 14, life below water, and 13, climate action. These align with maintaining the resilience of marine environment and improving educational capacity in the sense to the climate change mitigation. Including literature studies, consultations, and on-site survey, our research has investigated international and domestic cases. Before SEF, our team operated Workstation 2022 by Institute for Higher Education Innovation in Yonsei University. From the approach that direct solutions are most efficient, we have designed an artificial reef with 3D programming to enhance local marine resources and boost biodiversity. Since 3D concrete printing accompanies cost-effective sustainable materials, we affirm the potential of the design. With the concern of recognition deficit, we then conduct in-depth interviews and created product to promote social awareness of social ecosystem. Literature studies that were proceeded every week, including resources from ICRI, International Coral Reef Institute, NOAA, Coral Reef Conservation Program, and even documentaries led us to gain deeper understanding of species and restoration data. Following this semester-long preparation, our team reached out for specialized institutions shown on the screen. Here, you can get a glimpse of expert consultations and fieldworks. The first part consists of visit to National Marine Biodiversity Institute of Korea, MOBIC, and meeting with Dr. Haewon Moon. She highlighted the urgent necessity of domestic research on soft corals to cooperate with international studies, other than just participating annual forums. Considering that Malaysia is crucial among the coral reef triangle area, we have visited University of Malaysia Sabah, Borneo Marine Research Institute, the BMRI. Communicating with 3 experts, Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Fikri, Dr. Wahid, in each sector of policy development, coral disease, and ecology, allowed us to grasp the current status of Kota Kinabalu, fish bombing, and international cooperation. As you can see, there are various insights that we have gained. Marine scientist Alvin Shelia, Chief Manager of Reef Check Malaysia, based in Tioman Island, provided detailed information on underwater data collecting process and deduced agreement for future collaborations on developing educational programs. Based on the insights, we have conducted on-site survey with divers near Sabah and Kota Kinabalu, where more than 75% of Malaysia's reefs are located. As a result, low level of indicator invertebrates implies overexploitation despite certain parts of fair conditions. Last but not least would be analyzing data, applying toolkit for ecosystem service site-based assessment, despite limitations due to unfamiliarity and insufficient data. Throughout our journey of tackling reef revival and sustainability, the main takeaways are the realization of change in species due to ocean acidification and the significance of research or education prior to application in industries. We first thought that application to industries would be the most important thing. However, throughout our research project, we were able to find out that research and education, the linkage between the two, are the most important thing. We propose to develop participatory curricula for coral conservations connecting compulsory education with university research and governmental institutes. Ruminating a full-set target SDGs, our research has contributed to sustainable management on marine ecosystem and building capacity for climate change mitigation. These are the specific division of SDGs, which is 14.2, protect restore ecosystem, and 13.3, build knowledge and capacity to meet climate change. This would be the first step of joint venture of academia, action, and system. We believe issues not recognized in our daily life should come to the fore by anyone, not by only experts, but by people like us, students. We thought that marine ecosystem is far apart from our daily life. However, we believe that the impact is immense. We hope these research and discussions trigger actions and reactions for sustainable future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lim, for an excellent, interesting presentation. We're going to get Q&A from the floor at the end after all the presentations. So we'll move on to the second project by Ms. Chenny Park and Ms. Eun-Sol So, both from Department of Psychology and Yonsei University. Chenny Park and Eun-Sol So, the floor is yours.
Hello, we are So Eun-Sol and Park Chenny here to present you our SCF project about the research and application usage for the promotion of sustainable feminine hygiene products. Our project sparked initially from genuine curiosity about the safety of disposable sanitary items distributed to women worldwide. Our questions were met with concerning research. Recent findings show that there could be potential toxic chemicals and carcinogens in disposable sanitary pads. Simultaneously, these products are damaging to the environment, as one woman generates about 1 ton of product waste in her lifetime, and almost 90% of disposable sanitary pads are non-biodegradable and eventually incinerated. These results are alarming, and we began our project to investigate further into this issue. Our study purpose consists of 3 core parts: to reflect upon the awareness regarding feminine menstrual products, to find methods to encourage the use of eco-friendly menstrual products. Sorry. resolve questions through effective communication between stakeholders. It most closely aligns with Goal 3, 12, and 13 among the SDGs, which are good health and well-being, responsible consumption and production, as well as climate action. We began to compile background knowledge through a literature study, then progressed onto empirical research and interacted with women in our local community, as well as integrating our findings with an interview from a master product company. Finally, we used our result to effectively promote sustainable usage through social media. Our empirical study was longitudinal and lasted approximately 2 months. We gathered female participants between the ages of 18 to 28 within Yonsei University who had no experience with reusable sanitary pads. Our goal was to interact directly with those in our local school community and understand the benefits and shortcomings of sustainable pads while maximizing ecological validity. A within participant questionnaire method was used. As seen in the pictures, we created an anonymous online chat with our participants to answer their queries. We also supplied each participant with cotton pads through the received funding and distributed the items on campus. Our within participant questionnaire consists of 3 components: the pre-use, during use, and post-use survey. Each file was given to the participants to complete online in coordination with their own menstrual cycle. The survey posed questions about menstrual products consumption, practicality and comfort of the cotton pads, prospective use and change of perception, etc.
The results were very interesting. So in terms of softness, more than half of the participants reported that it felt softer than disposable pads, and 75% reported that tactile comfort was greater. And in terms of the frequency of replacing pads throughout the cycle, there was no huge difference according to the participants. And unfortunately, all participants reported that they felt some level of burden by the process of washing the cotton pads, ranging from little to large amounts of pressure. The astonishing result was that 96% of participants reported experiencing less unpleasant smells compared to disposable pads. Also, more than half of the participants responded that the pads do not restrict them from dressing in clothes and do not feel uncomfortable during sedentary activities. Furthermore, 23% of women reported that their menstrual pain was alleviated after using the cotton pads. Based on the post-use survey, we found that 96% of participants changed their perception in a positive manner after the study, with 80% being a positive shift. Almost all participants said that the price of multi-use products is appropriate, but that the accessibility towards these products can be improved. And overall, 79% of participants said that they are willing to consistently use sustainable products in the future. Through long answered questions on the survey and interviewing a cotton pad product company, we identified 4 major ways of improving accessibility for everyone in the future. Firstly, more promotion events and discounts are needed, as it can pose as incentives for women to attempt their first use of sustainable products. As the concept of reusage may be daunting, a financial benefit can bridge these shortcomings and increase product sales. Offline stores can often be opened for women to perceive the products with their own eyes and eliminate any stereotypes. More promotion online is also necessary, as recommended from our interview. Currently, the biggest demographic of consumers is those who buy the products online. And lastly, education in schools is also important, along with establishing tools such as waste bins and washing tools in public spaces. The final step of our study was to promote sustainable products through social media. This was a modification from our initial plan to create our own application based on suggestions from our participants. We found that women rather desire promotion on apps that they already know and use. Thus, we created our own Instagram account and began to post short-form content and videos that would inform anyone curious about washing methods, eliminating myths surrounding the products, and so on. These are some example videos that we have made so far. And our prospective goals from now on is to go further and create a community where women can communicate about these products online. We aim to create a safe space where they can freely ask and answer questions from their own experience while sharing. And we also wish to collaborate with any other eco-friendly companies to open in-person booths within our university to increase first-hand experience. Establishing the use of feminine products is a huge and imminent issue, and we have only taken a minor step towards improving it. However, from this product, we have learned that women around us are optimistic about contributing to sustainability with the right support system, and they will try their best to do so. We hope that feminine hygiene products can eventually be accessible for everyone without harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Channy Park and Insol. So, I actually watched all these presentations once before when you guys did presentations at the Granville last time, but it sounds different a little bit. But they are more organized now and summarize more, so I think it's more easier to deliver the message to the audience more. So we have the last, but of course not the least, SEF project presenters. Today, Ms. Urim Lee from College of Nursing and Ms. Yejin Kang from College of Medicine. Let's welcome them on the stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Yejin and this is my co-presenter Urim. Today we are excited to present our project, Health Counseling and Education for Female North Korean Defectors. It is no doubt that health is a crucial concern for all individuals. However, some may wonder why we specifically targeted female North Korean defectors. Let us explain why. In many cases, they make a layover in China to enter South Korea. However, since China denied their refugee status, they are considered illegal residents. Meanwhile, female North Korean defectors often become targets of human trafficking, forced marriages, and prostitution. With their cultural and language barriers, this worsens their lifestyles and leaves them in a social and medical blind spot. And as this situation is a consequence of the ideological conflict of the Cold War era, this should be addressed with a sense of international responsibility. However, previous research has primarily concentrated on North Korean defectors in South Korea, neglecting those in China. Therefore, we set our research goal as follows. Identify health problems experienced by female North Korean defectors in China and ensure their healthy lives by enhancing health knowledge in intending to achieve 3 following SDG goals. So, our study was conducted around 6 months and 11 40s and 50s female North Korean defectors residing in China were selected as subjects. We initiated the program with an initial health assessment using survey results to design bi-weekly health education accompanied by follow-up sessions with the primary focus on health counseling. As such, the curriculum spanned 12 weeks, covering 5 health topics tailored to common health problems of the participants, with specialists delivering hour-long health lectures. At the end of the program, we developed a participant-customized survey followed by a secondary health assessment featuring questions on subjective health knowledge and behavior status. So, was our program successful? Let's take a look. To confirm our objective, we tested the assumption higher understanding in health knowledge leads to greater changes in health knowledge and behavior adherence, which showed a strong positive correlation with the ART program. However, we find a relatively weak positive correlation between the degree of health behavior change and understanding, and identify some hindering factors. First, as participants are absent with residence permits, the expert suggestion to visit the hospital was less appealing because of their illegal residence status. Second, strenuous working conditions like farming or restaurant work made adjusting health behaviors difficult. Third, existing old lifestyle habits were challenges to change. As we found such obstacles, we felt the need to verify whether the program was suitable for the participants. And the survey revealed a 57% adequacy rate, indicating a need for more comprehensive health education tailored to their needs, as well as highlighting limitations in the format and structure of the program. Initially, some specialist recommendations such as surgery or regular doctor checkups were impractical. Additionally, the language barrier between South and North Korea made it challenging to exclude all English-centric medical terms. Lastly, sustaining education was hindered by participants' work schedule. Despite conducting health education sessions every Thursday 8 p.m., they continue to encounter challenges in catching up, largely due to their exhausted state after work.
Despite facing certain restrictions, as our program clearly led to positive effects of participants' health behavior changes, we found out what factors promoted such outcomes. According to former studies, the health literacy of North Korean defectors tend to be higher with required experience and social support. And the findings suggest a low positive correlation with required experience and a stronger positive correlation with social support. And we identified attendance rates with a level of interest and found a relatively high positive correlation between them. Deep into social support, active interaction in follow-up session highlighted the significant impact of family and friends on health knowledge, along with a strong positive correlation between social support from medical personnel and their engagement in health behaviors. So this emphasizes the importance of follow-up session for positive behavior changes and underscores the need for an educational model that enhances social support. Next, we would like you to look at the table displaying the level of anxiety. In the final survey, approximately half of the participants exhibited a high level of disease-related anxiety, even in the correlation analysis, which suggests their persistent anxiety despite improvement in health knowledge. We interpreted that their baseline anxiety level might be exceptionally high, but further research is still needed to conduct a precise analysis. So now let's proceed to the discussion. First, one limitation of the survey was the potential for interviewer interference due to participants needing further clarification on certain questions during interviews. To address this, future research should prioritize interviewer training and develop questionnaire items tailored to participant characteristics and environment. Next, the following considerations should be considered in developing an educational model, including continuous assessment of participants' educational understanding during follow-up session, providing lecture materials in plain language ahead of time, and ensuring that their health behaviors are aligned with their livelihoods. So throughout the study, participants' health status and behavior were significantly influenced by medication treatment due to limited medical accessibility. We identified the reliance on medication commercials over hospitals, and some recommended medication were difficult to obtain locally. Therefore, strengthening the monitoring of medication uses through pharmacy consultation is essential in future research. And finally, analysis using the ART program revealed that adherence to health behaviors increased with greater social support, particularly from medical personnel. So strengthening follow-up session to foster ongoing education within group dynamics and promote social support between participants, families, friends, and the healthcare professional is essential to encourage their health behavior practice. So below are references, and as we wrap up, we would like to introduce our logo, which is the slogan shared with our participants at the end of each meeting. While this online health education may have limitation in offering direct assistance, it promises continuous interaction and support. So through this study, we would like to remind everyone that there are North Korean defectors who, despite escaping North Korea, and yet unable to enter South Korea and endure unstable lifestyles in third countries. So we want to emphasize the necessity for continued research in this area to facilitate healthier living conditions for these individuals. With that in mind, we would like to conclude our presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Urim and Yejin. I personally did some studies on North Korea defectors countries as well. So this study was very interesting to me personally, and I hope you guys continue doing this research in the forthcoming days and years. And we will now move on to the presentations from Idmun. We have Ms. Hayan Moon from Department of Chinese Language and Literature and Ms. Hyun-sun Song from Department of International Studies, Underwood International College. Let's have them in the stage with a big round of applause.
Esteemed guests, good afternoon. Greetings from the Yonsei delegation for Model United Nations. This is Hayan Moon and Hyun-sun Song from the 19th delegation executive members. YDMUN is an autonomous student organization under the leadership center of IGEE. And despite our winding spectrums of learning, the core source of our learning comes from the National MUN at the New York headquarters. Earning second place on MUN 2023, we had the chance to understand the functions of MUN in advocating sustainable development. The deliberate connection between UN, MUN, and the SDGs should be clear to identify MUN's function as a stepping stone. All MUN conferences simulate the UN rules of procedures, occasionally with the support of the UN staff. From this, we can identify the links between the UN with MUN and the SDGs. The final link is the one between MUN and the SDGs, and today we aim to prove this link to you. From MUN 2023, we have found the three components of an MUN experience which bonds closely to the SDGs, regarding knowledge, respect, and diplomatic viewpoints. First was regarding knowledge regarding SDGs through self-driven research. In MUN 2023, 8 delegates of YDMUN participated in the following 6 committees. Us presenters participated in the committee of ECA. We discussed Agenda A, which is promoting sustainable and resilient food systems in Africa in times of crises. Delegates had to create a resolution to promote a sustainable food system in Africa. Referring to the UN's explanations of the goal, we had to discuss agricultural practices, R&D, informational access, and so on during session. Active self-driven research was needed to tackle the topics due to the unique concept of being a delegate. Delegates had to provide solutions developed from the particular nation's stance. More knowledge about Tunisia sprouted more adequate and educated guesses on the possible stances of ours as delegate diplomats. For instance, discovering that Tunisia had drought-tolerant technologies, we created a possible solution by Tunisia leading collaborative agricultural R&D programs. As we engaged in detailed research, other traits such as trade chains and domestic programs showed hints to realistic solutions. We excelled through the internal motivation to be a good delegate. To sum up, the factor of role play involved built the basis on past actions to achieve the SDGs.
Secondly, MUN allows us to cultivate respect on various levels. In discussing sustainable development, we believe respect for diversity has to be preceded. MUN helps us develop both on the personal level and the national level. Being formally associated with UN Department of Global Communications, MUN puts a huge emphasis on embodying the UN spirit, most importantly, mutual respect. For this purpose, MUN requires us to treat each other as equal diplomats regardless of our personal backgrounds. Their rules of procedures, conduct expectations, and approach on consensus are all designed to assist this process of demonstrating tolerance. Based on mutual understandings, we could also truly understand the concept of multilateralism. By putting ourselves in the shoes of another country, we could break stereotypes we had as individuals and came to appreciate other member states as a colleague of sustainable development. Lastly, MUN guides us to expand our global insight and align sustainable development with varying dynamics, more noticeably national interests. The topic of food system that we discussed as agenda is a highly multifaceted issue.
It incorporates almost all 17 SDGs, as we also had to consider the issue of sustainable production and feeding the marginalized population. Noticing the necessity for a comprehensive, systematic approach, our team suggested a new way to structure the agenda. We modified the original definition of food system by FAO to suit Africa's unique conditions. We then ended up with a consecutive, newly defined 6 steps as follows. After restructuring the agenda, our team analyzed Tunisia's strengths and weaknesses to find grounds for negotiation. Tunisia had a big processed food industry and successful policies such as the national school-based feeding program. But the country was still troubled by its vulnerability to drought, heavy import of crops, and marginalized rural farmers. As we categorized them according to the previous 6 steps, we concluded that incorporating the rural population and finding the new markets are 2 urgent demands that we had to meet. Here, we stepped up the discussion to an international level. Our committee's biggest clash we will focus on is the left one, which is different emphases between technological financial development and concerns about marginalized populations unable to benefit from the development. To find rooms for negotiation, we suggested to redesign existing policies to target marginalized populations. Tunisia's school-based feeding program could be a good example to expand on. While utilizing public school as a center of child feeding, we could invite the rural population as active participants by supplying the food from local small-scale farmers. Then we could further invest the profit in local agricultural infrastructure or tech development. We suggested to test the program in Tunisia and share best practices to other countries. By doing so, we could bring global attention and resources to our most urgent issue of feeding the rural population and expand Tunisia's influence to the African market in the long term. As in these examples, we learned to carefully balance different dynamics with sustainable development and find a win-win solution for all.
To summarize, the 3 requirements that make MUN the essential stepping stone to the SDGs are the following. First is building broader knowledge on the SDGs through self-driven research, which is the most interactive form of learning. Second, cultivating respect on various levels, including personal and national levels with other member states. And finally, garnering perspective to align the SDGs along with unique national interests. We believe the UN is further acknowledging such roles of MUN, with the General Assembly adopting a resolution on Model United Nations for the first time last year. They have reaffirmed the values of engaging youth with the initiatives and goals of the UN. Furthermore, the Model UN Refugee Challenge, expanding every year by the UNHCR, globally accepts and shares MUN resolutions to policymakers. This truly stands as a leading sign to the UN's devotion and dedication to amplifying the real-world impacts of MUN. The previous 3 components have confirmed the role of MUN as the stepping stone to the SDGs. YDMUN has walked through these stones and now believes that MUN sets this shared spirit for the future architects of sustainability. We are devoted to continuing our role as stepping stone builders post-MUN, providing quality MUN conferences to teenagers with the Seodaemun District, Hanoi, and finally the annual Yonsei Model United Nations. By resetting the young minds, we hope to create a sustainable cycle of dedication. We urge our esteemed guests to remember and support this connection and kindly extend a hand in MUN activities in and out of Yonsei. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, all the presenters. Now we can take questions from the floor if anybody has a question from the floor. Anybody? Maybe you guys can ask questions to each other. Any comments? No? Do you guys wanna? Did you guys have any question to each other? To other projects? Yes. He will give the mic.
Hello. So I would like to just leave a comment to the Team Han, who presented regarding the North Korea defectors in China and about their healthcare education. Personally, I thought this presentation was really impressive in the sense that you have expanded the range of protecting the North Korean defectors into China, who are not having a sustainable environment in general. One comment I wanted to make here was that this team talked about the problems of the terms which were not translated properly from English to North Korean. So if that could be used sustainably through the communicating with the North Korean defectors in Korea who have already obtained knowledge about the medical terms which is used in South Korea in English, that might have been a better extension of the projects in the future. And I believe this project continues in the future in this kind of manner. Thank you so much for an amazing presentation.
Anybody else? We have about 15 minutes left. We can end early, but if you want to spend more time on discussion, or yes,
Can I do some
yes,
comments
yes.
and question to the MUN team? I thought it was really. I actually participate in some MUN, so I know like the process, like basically. But I want to ask you, what was your like main attention, like your interests of the topics and the organizations, and what was your hardships while like making up the resolutions? I know that it's the hard process, you know. Yeah, so I would like to hear that.
Like the focus points of our agenda and committee and hardships that we have experienced. So some of the focus points that we had wanted to address in our agenda was not just focusing on the issue of food system itself, but also expanding the topic to the question of sustainable production and feeding the marginalized population. And it would be very sustainable if we could invite the local population more actively, not just as beneficiaries, but also as active participants themselves that could contribute to this sustainable system. I think that was one of the reasons why we came up with this idea of expanding national school-based feeding programs, so that we could include the rural population not just as beneficiaries who benefit from funds, but also as participants and suppliers themselves that make actual contributions to this system. And some of the hardships we have experienced was that since there are a large number of delegates participating in MUN, sometimes there were miscommunications that led other delegations to think we have different colliding viewpoints that is almost incompatible for each other. So we took a lot of time and effort to straighten out the communication process and assure them that we are standing on the same viewpoints and our views are not incompatible, but actually pretty much the same thing on the same grounds. Yeah, I think that was one of the hardships and some emphasis point that we wanted to highlight. Hyun, do you have anything else to?
Yes, so basically our greatest challenge and at the same time our greatest goal was consensus, right? So as most of the students who participate in MUN strive to do so, creating consensus in MUN was more difficult in the sense that we have different personal backgrounds aside of being a delegate of a certain country. And trying to elaborate into that types of personalities and new people while we're communicating with them was the biggest challenge in the 5 days. Well, we ended up actually creating an amazing resolution, one resolution for the whole committee. But during that process, there were a lot of conflicts which were pretty diplomatic and sometimes personal. And this we say academic and personal growth that we went through in the process is what we think we gained the most from this MUN experience, and MUN in general in the future too.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing, listening about the consensus. So I know that many other MUN conferences approve resolutions based on majority, based on voting. But in MUN, it's consensus-based. So we don't have any other voting procedure, but adopt the resolution if the committee has a consensus. MUN implements the rule because that's the way UN actually operates. And such an accurate reflection of UN's features, I think, is one of the reasons why we chose MUN as our annual conference that we participate in every year. And that was one of the reasons why we focused so intensively on forming a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself and then ask questions?
Yes. Hi, I'm John. I major in psych at Yonsei here. I just want to say congratulations to Chenny and Insol. I saw them on the brochure, so I thought it would be nice to come, and just want to say congratulations to Urim, my elementary, middle, and high school friend. I didn't know she was even in this school, but I was like, wow. So I was talking to our professor right now and saying, don't let Chenny and Insel go away from this school. We need them in grad school. People like them need to be at our school and do more academia. I just wanted to ask, with the administrational products, because Korea is one of the countries where Hyungpyeong-sum is very important. So with that, this goes really extreme, saying people who, let's say you buy alcohol, there's 10% VAT, whereas you buy a Band-Aid, there's also 10% VAT. But also with administrational products, tissues, and other necessities are also taxed with the value added. And I thought, is this something that you guys considered combating? First, by increasing the approachability of the choice, women's choice, and number two, yes, by doing those, making into cotton pads, it may decrease the waste per person. But now we also have to think. I'm not trying to attack or anything. I just want to ask, because hygiene is something that you have to consider. But what about countries where clean water isn't available and laundry is not an option for the pads? Is this because if we go to Haeundae or Laguna Beach, like these developed countries, beaches are very clean and the areas are very clean. But if you go to Southeast Asia or certain parts of the world, you can, just by seeing from tourism, it's not a clean place to wash something and reuse it. So is this something that you guys thought about?
To address the first, or the most recent question that was asked, we definitely agree and concede that there are third world countries that don't have the luxuries that we have to wash and reuse these products. I guess just to summarize it is to say that our project is just a minor step towards reaching a goal of sustainability for women. And with the funding that we had and realistically the time that we had, I guess our stakeholders were women around us in our local community, and that involved women in our university. And we obviously don't have enough resources at the moment to, at least for us to directly communicate with women in third world countries. And I think it would be nice to look at it in a way that no issue is prioritized in a sense. I guess it's still a smaller step towards a more positive improvement to encourage women around us even just to consider using more sustainable products, since we have the time and money economically to do so. And in terms of the price of the products, I think it's difficult to say because obviously cotton pads take up more resources, and there needs to be more money invested in the production process compared to disposable pads. And I guess according to the research that we did, we found out that these women were actually agreeing with the price levels that were given to these products, and the problem was the approachability. So they agreed that having this project was really good for them because they really needed that one small breakthrough towards trying out these products and attempting them themselves. So we think that the issue is more towards like communication and seeing a bigger public discourse about using reusable menstrual products rather than the price itself. So we think that with the target audience that we had, which was women in their 20s around us, that was the bigger priority. But obviously, yes, the goal is to, if possible, lower the price for everyone so that it's more approachable. Yes.
Hope that answers John's questions. Yeah. All right. Well, I myself, as a social science scholar, but at the same time, I'm working as an international development evaluation specialist in the field. I've been evaluating a bunch of different projects ranging from education to health to environment to integrated programs as well. So for me, like your projects and your research were really impressive because well, back in, I don't know, in college years, I never thought of doing this. So I personally want to give this big excel to all of you and hope you guys continue doing this. And for those who are thinking about going to grad school, you're always welcome to come to me and consult if you have any questions. So, and to that, we're going to end this session. I want to thank you once again, everybody, for your enlightening and passionate presentations, and hope you guys continue to have that passion. And each presentation reflected not only the incredible talent of yours, but also dedication of your interest and desire for learning and your effort to change this world more sustainable. And I will eagerly anticipate the journey that's in front of you and your future contributions as a young professionals in this field towards a more sustainable and equitable world. So we'll end like this. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll take a 20-minute break, and there's another session coming up with brilliant young scholars once again, so I hope you guys come and join us. All right, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. As we transition into our next session, we continue to spotlight excellence and innovation within our Yonsei community. I'm thrilled to introduce Yonsei Young Stars, a session dedicated to our bright students who are making waves in their respective fields. This session will highlight their achievements while delving into how they are contributing to a sustainable and equitable future. It's an opportunity to celebrate the fresh perspectives and creative solutions our students bring to the table in addressing global challenges. And to lead us through these engaging discussions, we are honored to have distinguished moderators who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the forum. Let me introduce Dr. Professor Hyunju Song in Department of Psychology, Yonsei University, and Dr. Professor Donghyun Kim, Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Yonsei University. Their expertise will enrich our understanding and appreciation of the work being presented today. Furthermore, we are privileged to have Professor Song In-han, Vice President for Student Affairs, delivered the opening speech for this session, setting the tone for what promises to be an insightful and inspiring dialogue. Without further ado, let's begin Yonsei Young Stars and immerse ourselves in the innovative spirit of Yonsei's next generation. Professor So.
감사합니다. 처음 소개 영어로 해주시고 그 다음에는 우리말로 진행되는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 어제부터 진행되고 있는 GIF 2024를 가능하게 만드는 건 연세대학교의 모든 여러분들께서 함께 해주셔서 가능한 것 같아요. 그리고 특히 우리 대학원에서 많은 지원을 해주셨고 앞에 계신 송현주 전 부원장님, 김동현 전 원장님 너무 훌륭하신 학자들이신데 지난 2년간 또 대학원 원장으로 애써주셨고 오늘 이 세션까지 같이 진행해 주셔서 다시 한번 감사드리고 여러분들 좋은 연구한 대학원 여러분들 다시 한번 감사와 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 한 10분 정도 동안 여러분들은 이미 지속가능 발전 목표 SDGs에 대해서 연구를 이미 하고 있다라는 말씀을 간단하게 드리면서 오늘 처음 오프닝을 하고자 합니다. 제가 코트를 하나 가져왔는데요. 찰스 캐터링이라는 미국의 엔지니어이기도 하고 또 정말 아이디어가 많은 사회 철학자, 과학 철학자신데 이런 표현을 썼습니다. 내 관심은 미래에 있다. 내 남은 삶을 거기서 보낼 것이기 때문에 여러분들이 하실 여러분들의 세상과 미래의 연구들이 정말 기대됩니다. 왜냐하면 저도 남은 삶을 다 미래에 세요. 그러니까요. 간단한 소개를 좀 하겠습니다. 이 로고는 많이 보셨을 텐데요. 유엔에서 2015년부터 2030년까지 진행하고 있는 지속가능 발전 목표, 즉 한 문장으로 한번 정리를 본다면 우리 세대의 행복과 미래 세대의 행복의 균형을 맞추는 발전이 지속가능 발전이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 미래를 생각하지 않고 지금 현재만 행복하고자 하는 혹은 반대로 미래를 위해서 아무런 현재 발전을 하지 않는 것이 아니라 현재가 발전하되 미래가 행복할 수 있는 자원을 손상시키지 않는 발전이 우리가 추구하는 것이고 그런 지속 가능성을 위한 연구를 우리 대학에서는 하고 있죠. 2015년도에 발표한 UN SDGs는 빈곤을 없애는 것부터 전 세계적인 파트너십을 공부하게 하는 것 같이 17가지의 목표로 전 세계 모든 문제들을 조직화하고 169가지의 세부 목표들을 달성해 나가는 목표를 가지고 있습니다. 우리 연세대학교는 반기문 총장님께서 2017년도에 함께 하신 이후로 UN SDGs를 직접 만드신 반 총장님의 아이디어를 연세대학교가 손을 잡고 2018년부터 이 GIF 행사를 계속하고 있고 올해 2024년까지 이어지고 있습니다. 그 중에도 우리는 미얀마의 인권과 평화라든지 다양한 전 세계적인 이슈에 대한 고민을 계속했고요. 우리 연세대학교에서는 한국 대학 중에 처음으로 지속가능 발전 목표에 대한 강의와 또 우리 연세대학교에서 하는 모든 연구를 지속가능 발전의 17가지 프레임으로 이렇게 분석하는 노력도 계속하고 있습니다. 그 결과 랭킹이 중요하진 않습니다만 TH의 랭킹 중에 하나가 사회적인 영향력을 얼마나 가지고 있냐라는 임팩트 랭킹에서 연세대학교는 작년에 전 세계 14위에 오를 만큼 우리 학교의 전략과 연구와 교육이 전 세계적인 영향력을 가지고 있다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 제가 오늘 강조하고 싶은 것은 여러분들은 제가 공부하던 때보다 훨씬 더 세계 시민으로 글로벌 시민으로 살고 계시는 시대라는 말씀을 하나 드리고 싶습니다. 여러분들이 살아가는 여러 삶, 연구자로서의 관심과 노력들이 결국은 세계 시민의 연구가 되시는 것 같은데요. 세계 시민의 정의를 유네스코에서 이렇게 하고 있습니다. 내 작은 세상에서만 사는 것이 아니라 다른 시간과 다른 공간에 사는 사람들과까지 나를 연결시킬 수 있는 능력, 그를 위해서는 나와 다른 상황에 있는 사람들의 환경, 그들이 어떤 삶을 살아갈지도 이해할 수 있는 공감의 능력이 세계 시민의 요건이다라는 얘기를 유네스코에서 하고 있습니다. 자, 그러면 생각보다 시간이 많이 갔으니까 지속가능 발전 가능 굉장히 긴 얘기일 수도 있지만 저는 간단하게 정리하면서 흔히 우리 사회에서 가지고 있는 지속가능 발전에 대한 오해가 어떤 것이 있는가 간단하게 나눠보고 싶습니다. 첫 번째는 지속가능 발전 목표만 왠지 외국 사람들이 뭐 영어로 하고 국제기구가 하는 것처럼 국제활동이다 같이 잘못 알려져 있었지만 실은 전 세계가 같이 하는 노력이지만 바로 우리 지구를 위해서 우리가 속해 있는 모든 각각의 삶의 현장에서 만들어가는 것이 지속가능 발전이지 국제활동만이 아니다라는 오해를 안 해야겠다는 생각을 하곤 합니다. 자, 그 중에 하나로 각국은, 전 세계 각국은 유엔의 지속가능 발전 목표를 자국의 상황에 맞춰서 융통성 있게 국가 지속가능 발전 목표로 만들고 있고요. 우리 대한민국도 마찬가지로 대한민국 국가 지속가능 발전 목표로 우리 상황에 맞는 용어들과 목표로 진행을 하고 있습니다. 현재는 제4차 지속가능 발전 기본계획에 의해서 2021년에서 2040년까지 진행이 되고 있습니다. 두 번째 오해는 지속가능성? 그 단어만 들으니까 너무 오래되는 거를 말하나? 라고 생각할 수가 있겠죠. 그런데 이 지속가능성이라는 단어는 다만 오래 지속되는 것만을 말하지 않습니다. 제가 썼던 칼럼이기도 한데 조금 넘어가면 지속가능성이란 그냥 오래되는 것이 아니라 환경과 경제적인 번영, 또 인간이 행복할 수 있는 상황이 모두 균형을 이루는 상황을 지속가능성이라고 하지 다만 오래된다고 얘기하지 않습니다. 1987년도에 있었던 유엔의 우리 공동의 미래, Our Common Future라는 보고서에서 아주 핵심적인 정의라고 있는데요. 지속가능성이란 무엇이냐? 미래 세대가 그들의 필요를 충족시킬 능력을 저해하면서, 즉 계속 행복하게 살아갈 것을 가지고 있으면서도 현재 세대가 행복하게 살아갈 수 있는 발전이 지속가능 발전이다 라고 하고 있습니다. 이 단어는 실은 18세기에 나흐알티케이트라는 개념, 영어로 옮기면 서스테이너빌리티인데요. 이 한스 카를 폰 카를로비츠라는 산림 전문가가 처음 사용했던 단어이기도 했습니다. 간단하게 말씀드리면 독일의 당시 석탄을 캐내는 탄광 산업이 막 부흥을 할 때인데, 철광 산업이 부흥을 할 때 철광을 녹여서 철로 만들기 위해서 뜨거운 용광로가 필요하겠죠. 근데 철광 산업이 그렇게 부흥을 하면 그 지역 사회가 잘 살아야 될 것 같은데 곧 그 지역이 잘 살게 될 만하면 다 망해가는 거예요. 그래서 이상하다 해서 프로이젠 그 중앙정부에서 이 전문가를 파견해서 도대체 왜 철강 산업이 발전을 하는 데마다 다 망하느냐라는 것을 조사를 하게 했죠. 그래서 결론을 간단하게 말씀드리면 그 용광로를 만들기 위해서 산림 자원을 너무 많이 난개발을 하다 보니까 조금 발전을 하려고 그러면 오히려 그 지역 사회가 황폐화되는 것을 경험하면서 이 한스 카를 폰 카를로비츠는 지속가능성의 개념을 처음 얘기하기도 했었습니다. 그 이후로 1972년도에는 MIT의 집단 지성들이 우리가 가지고 있는 이 지금 현재의 상황들을 가지고 분석을 해보니까 약 95년 정도면 인류의 발전은 멈추겠다라는 책을 The Limits to Growth라는 성장의 한계라는 베스트셀러를 통해서 경고를 하기도 했었습니다. 그 이후 1987년도에 유엔 지도로 지속가능성에 대한 개념을 담은 보고서가 처음 발표가 됐었어요. 세 번째 많이 하는 오해는요, 지속가능성 자꾸 하면은 우리 경제 발전에 걸림돌이 되는 거 아니야? 회사들로서 손해가 보는 거 아니야? 라는 얘기를 많이 하지만 근본적인 생각을 한다면 지구라는 행성이 없이는 더 이상의 어떤 발전도 있을 수 없다는 것이 우리 환경을 생각해야 되는 문제 같아요. 그래서 반기문 총장님이 여러 중요한 말씀하셨지만 한번 여러분들과 나누고 싶은 표현은 There is no plan B because there is no plan B. 지구라는 행성 이외에 다른 옵션이 없기 때문에 우리는 반드시 이 지구에서 살아남을 수 있도록 환경과 화해하고 살아가야 된다라는 표현은 참 마음에 와닿는 표현 같습니다. 네 번째, 지속가능 발전 목표 너무 많이 들어서 이미 유행 지나온 거 아니에요? 라는 오해가 있습니다만 실은 2000년도 들어오면서 밀리니엄 디벨롭먼트 새천년 개발 계획 이후로 계속해서 유엔은 새로운 목표들을 만들어내고 있고요. 2030년 이후에도 지속적으로 이 지속가능 발전은 지속될 거라고 생각합니다. 이런 역사적인 보고인데 좀 넘어가겠습니다. 마지막으로 지속가능 발전 목표는 국제사회나 국가가 해야 될 일이냐? 아니요. 지속가능 발전 목표는 민간과 시민 모두가 함께 할 때만이 가능하다라고 유엔은 선언을 하고 있습니다. 그런 의미에서 저는 오늘 여러분들의 연구에 메시지를 한번 던지고 싶습니다. 이미 여러분들이 하는 연구는 저 교수님 SDG라는 단어 오늘 처음 들어봤는데요. 지속가능 발전 목표라는 게 무슨 말씀이십니까? 라고 했습니다. 실은 여러분들이 하고 있는 많은 활동들은 이미 이 지구를 더 좋은 곳으로 만들기 위한 활동을 이미 하고 있다는 말씀 마지막으로 드리고 싶습니다. 지속가능 발전 목표의 철학의 인간관은요, Leave no one behind. 그 어느 누구도 소외되지 않는 세상을 만드는 것이 목표인데요. 어떤 목표들이 있는지만 한번 간단하게 훑어보겠습니다. 1번은 빈곤을 없애고, 2번은 배고픔을 세상에서 없애며, 3번 건강과 웰빙을 증진시키고, 4번 평생 동안 모든 사람들이 양질의 교육을 받고, 5번 성평등을 이뤄나가고, 또 깨끗한 물과 위생적인 환경에 살 수 있고, 깨끗한 에너지를 우리가 사용할 수 있고, 양질의 일자리를 통해서 경제 성장을 할 수 있으며, 산업과 혁신과 사회 기반 시설을 확충하고, 모든 종류의 불평등을 완화하면서 지속 가능한 도시와 공동체를 만들고, 책임감 있는 소비와 생산을 하며 기후 위기에 대응하고 해양 생태계와 육상 생태계를 돌보고 평화, 정의와 강력한 제도를 만들고 이를 위한 전 세계적인 파트너십을 하는 것이 바로 SDG 17가지 문제가 되겠습니다. 저희 여기서 마지막으로 한 문장만 여러분들께 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 말씀드린 17가지에 여러분들이 이미 하고 계신 연구는 직간접적으로 연결이 되고 있을 겁니다. SDG를 위해서 별도의 뭐를 하는 노력도 뭐 필요하겠지만, 여러분들의 자리에서 세계를 생각하면서 세계와 내가 연결되고 있다는 그런 마음을 가지고 연구를 계속하신다면 그 연구가 SDG의 어딘가와 연결이 돼서 세계를 더 좋은 곳으로 만드는 좋은 연구가 될 거라고 생각하면서 바로 미래를 책임질 여러분들의 연구를 항상 성원하겠습니다. 10분 조금 넘었죠. 기회해 주셔서 감사하고 오늘 여러분들의 좋은 연구 같이 나누는 시간 되길 바라며 부원장님께 감사드립니다.
예, 좋은 발표해 주신 송인환 교수님께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 지속가능한 사회를 위한 대학원생들의 연구가 어떤 방향으로 되어야 되는지에 대해서 좋은 말씀을 해주신 것 같습니다. 그러면 이제 본격적으로 이제 대학원생들 이제 발표 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 총 7분의 이제 발표자의 발표를 듣게 될 테고요. 각 발표자들께는 10분의 발표 시간이 주어집니다. 시간이 그렇게 많지 않은 관계로 발표가 이제 10분 내에, 10분 내에 이제 끝나고 약간의 시간이 주어진다면 질의응답 시간을 갖겠지만 10분에 꽉 채워서 발표가 끝날 경우에는 질의응답 없이 다음 발표로 넘어갈 예정이고요. 혹시 청중분들 중에 질문이 있는 분들은 세션이 다 끝난 후에 그 연사분들께 직접 가셔서 질문할 수 있도록 제가 안내를 해드리겠습니다. 예, 그러면 오늘 첫 번째 발표를 해주실 분은 방로사 학생이시고요. 스포츠운영산업학과 석사과정생입니다. 박수로 환영 부탁드립니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa Park, and I'll be presenting on the topic of improving survival and quality of life in cancer patients through exercise, a case study of breast cancer patients. I'm currently studying for a master's degree at Exercise and Rehabilitation Lab in the Department of Sports Industry. So according to recent WHO report, approximately 35 million new cancer diagnoses are expected worldwide in 2015, which is a 77% increase from 2022. So lung cancer is the most common, followed by breast, colorectal, and prostate cancers. While external factors such as obesity and smoking plays a large role in these rising rates, there are still global inequalities and lack of financial protection against cancer. Breast cancer in particular, which we'll be looking at in detail today, is a common cancer in women, typically diagnosed in 1 in 20 women. So breast cancer incidence rates are generally high in high-income countries, but are stabilizing, while incidence and mortality rates are increasing in low-income countries. Against this backdrop, the United Nations aims to cut premature mortality from non-communicable diseases by 1/3 by 2030 as part of its SDGs. NCDs responsible for over half of global deaths include a significant proportion of cancer cases. And given the importance of early detection and effective treatment for cancer, enhancing survival rates necessitates strong national health systems. So a review of the literature reveals a strong connection between physical activity or exercise and improved cancer survival and prevention. Studies have shown that breast cancer patients who participated in physical activity had less than half the mortality and recurrence rates of those who did not, or that physical activity reduces the likelihood of death from breast and colorectal cancer by about half respectively. And many other studies have also shown this relationship as well. Then how do we develop an evidence-based exercise program or medicine for cancer patients? Here's a quick overview of how it works. Many studies have shown that exercise can be medicine, but the amount and method and practical application to patients requires a careful and sophisticated approach. In evidence-based medicine, there's a pyramid of clinical trials, starting with animal experiments, follow-up studies, then RCT studies and review analysis, and finally clinical practice guidelines. So exercise and cancer research framework entails analyzing previous studies, surveys, conducting exercise programs from these findings, and validating their effectiveness through pilot studies and various validation processes. The outcome is a tailored exercise program for patients with a specific health condition, integrating pathophysiological insights, patient traits, and exercise physiology. The key validation method for an exercise program's effectiveness is an RCT study, where participants are randomly assigned to either an exercise or control group, with only the exercise group undergoing the intervention. In addition, exercise programs developed for cancer patients take into account the different effects and mechanisms of action from pre-diagnosis to post-surgery recovery, chemotherapy, and recurrence prevention. So now I'd like to introduce exercise study for breast cancer patients. Despite the advances in surgical techniques today, breast cancer surgery still causes a variety of complications. These include lymphedema, infection, and decreased shoulder range of motion and strength, and so on. In particular, the study aimed to demonstrate that exercise is highly effective in treating depression, anxiety, obesity, sarcopenia, and the reduced shoulder function often seen in breast cancer patients post-surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, and hormone therapy. So the exercise program is broken down into chronological stages, which take into account the timing of patient surgery and treatment, and the outcomes that are hoped to be achieved through exercise at each stage. The study design was as follows. An exercise and control group were divided equally, with measurements from pre-operative to 6 months, where the exercise intervention was 3 weeks. The results of the study showed that customized exercise facilitated the recovery of shoulder ROM in exercise group, and strength tended to return to pre-operative levels in the exercise group after 3 weeks of intervention. When looking at over 90% recovery from pre-operative at 1 and 6 months after surgery, the exercise group had significantly higher recovery rates from baseline in both ROM and strength. Additionally, survey results show that the exercise group had lower shoulder pain and disability scores, and the increased physical activity levels had a positive impact on the pursuit of a healthy life afterwards. Next, I'd like to present an ongoing exercise study in breast reconstruction patients that follows the Journal of Breast Cancer Patient Study described earlier. Breast cancer surgery comprises partial and total mastectomy While post-mastectomy reconstruction can enhance surgical risks compared to mastectomy alone, its significant benefits have made reconstruction more common these days. And breast reconstruction is broadly divided into implant and autologous tissue reconstruction. Prior to RCT study, we first conducted a cohort study to see how shoulder and trunk function changed over time. We looked at the recovery of shoulder and trunk strength and RM by reconstruction type and time after surgery. And comparing by reconstruction type, we found that both groups showed a significant decrease in shoulder RM, with a particular decrease in strength in the autologous group. So based on the results of the study, we designed an RCT study with the primary outcome variable being recovery of shoulder and trunk strength, trunk function. The study flow is as follows. A total of 72 patients will be divided into an exercise and control group with 1 month of exercise intervention and 6 months of observation for change. The study timeline and measures are as follows. In addition to shoulder and trunk function, various measures are included, including physical activity level, shoulder dysfunction and pain, and body composition. The exercise intervention provides one-on-one instruction at each stage and promotes exercise habits through an exercise log, and later provides videos to follow at home. As such, in addition to our current and ongoing study with breast cancer patients, our lab is currently conducting exercise studies for a variety of other cancers, including colon, stomach, and prostate cancers. So here are the directions and implications going forward. As mentioned earlier, cancer inequalities still exist in under-resourced countries, so equitable efforts are required across the continuum of care from diagnosis to treatment to survival. This requires continued global efforts to reduce treatment inequalities and improve survival, and our long-term mission is to ensure that an appropriate and effective exercise medicine is widely available. Before I conclude, I would like to share with you a documentary that recently appeared on Netflix called Live to 100 Secrets of the Blue Zones, which follows the lives of people in the world's longest lived regions. And what they all had in common is that they moved naturally, ate in moderation, and stayed active. This healthy lifestyle will not only lead to a reduction in cancer, but also to the health of the world's population, and hopefully the health of nations, and I eagerly look forward to that day. Thank you so much for your attention.
감사합니다. 네, 시간도 아주 잘 맞춰서 발표를 해주셨고요. 네, 고맙습니다. 그럼 바로 다음 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 다음 발표자는 Department of Communication의 주정아 학생입니다. 박수로 환영 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 온라인에서 정신질환 환자의 자기 노출과 도움추구 행위 관계 분석에 관한 발표를 맡게 된 원로농부 영상학 주정아입니다. 발표에 앞서서 본 연구는 헬스 커뮤니케이션 수업에서 제출한 페이퍼를 일환으로 발표는 기본적인 이론적 논의, 모델 제시, 그리고 향후 연구가 추가적으로 진행이 된다면 지속가능 발전 목표를 달성하는 데 어떻게 기여할 수 있는지 간략하게 제시한 후에 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 정신질환 문제는 17가지 지속가능 발전 목표 중 3번째 목표에 해당합니다. 모든 연령대 인구의 건강을 보장하고 복지를 증진하고자 하는 3번째 목표는 9가지 세부 목표를 가지고 있는데요. 그중 4번째 세부 목표는 2030년까지 예방 및 치료를 통하여 비전염성 질병으로 인한 조기 사망을 3분의 1로 낮추고 정신건강 및 복지를 증진하는 데 초점을 두고 있습니다. 보건복지부의 2021 정신건강 실태조사에 따르면 대한민국 성인의 4명 중 1명은 정신건강 문제를 경험하지만 정신질환을 진단받은 사람 중 12.1%만이 전문가의 도움을 받는 것으로 나타났습니다. 그렇다면 왜 이렇게 정신질환 서비스 이용률이 낮을까요? 일반적인 질병의 경우 발병 이후 조기 집중 치료, 지속적인 치료를 거쳐 회복의 과정으로 이어집니다. 하지만 정신질환의 경우 첫 발병 이후 치료의 지연이 발생하고 이는 치료의 중단, 재발, 만성 중증화의 단계로 이어지게 되어서 악의 순환고리를 형성하게 됩니다. 이때 치료의 지연이 발생하는 것은 정신질환 환자가 증상과 낙인이라는 이중고에 시달리기 때문입니다. 증상뿐만이 아니라 낙인에 따른 편견과 차별의 고통에도 노출되는 것입니다. 그렇다면 이런 치료의 지연 문제를 어떻게 해결할 수 있을까라는 문제에서부터 연구 모델을 고안하게 되었습니다. 회복 탄력성을 수반하는 온라인상의 자기 노출이 어떻게 치료의 지연을 야기하는 낙인의 수준을 낮추고 궁극적으로는 도움 추구 행위로까지 이어질 수 있는지 그 메커니즘을 분석하고자 하였습니다. 자신이 정신질환 환자임을 고백하는 자기 노출은 탈억제와 인지적 재평가의 효과를 지닙니다. 부가적인 인지적 노력을 요하는 감정의 억제를 완화하고 감정을 유발한 사건을 추상적인 감정을 구조적인 감정으로 재해석할 수 있게 되는 것입니다. 그래서 좀 더 자신이 겪은 사건을 총체적인 관점에서 바라볼 수 있게 되는 것입니다. CMC는 대면 커뮤니케이션과 달리 익명성이 보장되는 공간적 특징을 가지게 됩니다. 숨길 수 있는 낙인이라는 사실은 현실에서 자신에 대해 노출하는 것이 실제적인 위협으로 이어질 수 있다는 것을 의미합니다. 은폐 가능한 낙인은 언제 들킬지 모른다는 불안으로 이어져 정신질환자를 사회로부터 고립되게 만들고 침묵하게 만듭니다. 이때 시각적 익명성이 보장된 온라인 공간에서 자기 노출은 심각한 신변의 위협을 초래하지 않으면서도 사회에 자신의 존재를 드러낼 수 있는 효과를 가지게 됩니다. 그로부터 사적 자기인식이 높아지게 되는 것입니다. 또한 온라인 공간은 탈억제를 유발하는 자신이 이야기를 공유하고자 하는 경향을 강화하기도 합니다. 이러한 자기 노출의 효과는 자기자비 하위 차원과 밀접하게 맞닿아 있는데요. 자기자비란 네프가 제시한 개념으로 고통을 겪는 과정에서 너그럽게 스스로를 이해하고 돌보는 태도를 의미합니다. 이때 자기자비는 어떤 평가나 판단으로부터 유리된 개념이라는 점에서 능력에 초점을 둔 자아 존중감에 대한 훌륭한 대안이 될 수 있다고 볼 수 있습니다. 네프는 자기자비의 개념이 세 가지 차원으로 이루어져 있다고 했는데요. 먼저 엄격하게 자신을 비판하기보다는 자신의 개인적 결함을 이해하고 돌보는 자기친절, 그리고 왜 나에게만 이런 일이 벌어질까? 라는 고립감에서 벗어나서 불안정성을 인간의 공동 조건으로 여기는 인간 보편성, 그리고 마지막으로 마음 챙김은 단추나 과잉 동일시에서 벗어나서 메타적인 관점에서 사건을 객관적으로 바라볼 수 있게 하는 것입니다. 거프먼에 따르면 낙인은 상호작용 과정에서 구성원들이 의식적, 무의식적으로 학습하고 또 합의한 문화적 부산물에 해당합니다. 수정된 낙인 이론에 따르면 이러한 학습을 바탕으로 사회 구성원들은 정신질환자를 온전하지 않은 존재로 구별해 특징 짓는 사회적 인식을 지닙니다. 낙인은 크게 사회적 낙인과 자기 낙인으로 구분되는데요. 사회적 낙인은 일반 대중이 특정 집단에게 가지는 고정관념과 차별적인 행동을 의미합니다. 그리고 자기 낙인은 낙인 찍힌 집단에 포함되는 대상이 다시 사회적 낙인을 스스로에게 내재화하는 과정에서 일어납니다. 제가 주목하고자 하는 자기 낙인은 코리건의 4단계의 퇴행적 모델로 설명할 수 있습니다. 먼저 정신질환자는 사회적 낙인을 인식하고, 예를 들어 사람들은 정신질환은 위험하다고 생각해. 그리고 두 번째로 자신을 향한 낙인에 동의하고, 맞아, 정신질환 환자들은 위험해. 그 후 낙인을 자신에게 적용하고, 나는 정신질환 환자이고 위험하니까 쓸모없어. 네 번째로 결국 자아 존중감과 자기 효능감의 감소로 나타나게 됩니다. 나는 정신질환자이고 위험하니까 목표한 바를 이룰 수 없어. 와 같은 형태로 말이죠. 자기 낙인의 과정을 통해 이들은 독립적인 삶을 영위하지 못하고 도움 추구 행위로 나아가기를 회피하는 행동적 특징을 보이곤 합니다. 바로 환자들 스스로가 치료를 받을 만큼 가치 있는 존재가 아니라고 인식하기 때문입니다. 이처럼 자기 낙인은 도움 추구 행위에 큰 장애물 역할을 하는 것입니다. 따라서 정신질환 환자들을 도움 추구 행위로 이끌기 위해서는 다음과 같은 단계가 필요합니다. 먼저 온라인 자기 노출을 통해 자기 자비의 수준을 높이고 이는 다시 자기 낙인의 수준을 낮춰 동네에는 도움 추구 행위로 나아갈 수 있게 하는 것입니다. 이러한 과정을 통해서 정신질환 환자들은 자신의 그림자에서 벗어나서 치료의 선순환 구조에 오를 수 있게 됩니다. 온라인 자기 노출이라는 발돋움을 통해서 자신의 존재를 세상에 드러내고 자기 자비를 높여 자기 낙인의 굴레에서 벗어나 도움 추구 행위로 나아감으로써 자칫 자살로 이어질 수 있는 심각한 치료 지원 문제를 해결할 수 있게 도움을 주게 되는 것입니다. 이는 정신질환자의 초기 사망률을 낮출 수 있을 뿐만 아니라 치료 서비스 이용률을 높일 수 있다는 점에서 정신건강 증진을 기대할 수 있습니다. 아주 작은 행동에서부터 변화는 시작될 수 있는 것입니다. 감사합니다.
발표 감사드립니다. 그러면 다음 발표로 가도록 하겠습니다. 다음 발표자는 백승빈 학생이고요. 디파트먼트 오브 바이오테크놀로지에 소속 학생입니다. 예, 박수로 환영 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 생명공학과 인서케이팅 연구실에서 통합 10학기 하고 있는 백승빈이라고 합니다. 먼저 이 자리에, 이런 좋은 자리에서 제 연구에 대해서 공유드리고 또 SDG에 대해서 논의할 수 있는 기회를 주셔서 감사하다는 말씀 드리면서 제 발표 주제인 Utilizing Single Cell Sequencing for Studies of Various Human Diseases 관련해서 시작해 보겠습니다. 네, 저는 생명공학 전공을 하고 있고 그 세부 분야로는 또 바이오인포메틱스라는 약간 좀 특이한 주제를 가지고 있습니다. 바이오인포메틱스는 아주 간단하게 설명을 드리자면은 그냥 컴퓨터, 저희는 실험을 직접 하진 않고 컴퓨터로 분석을 하는 그런 분야라고 보시면 될 것 같고 좀 더 설명을 드리자면 바이올로지, 컴퓨터 사이언스, 그리고 스태티스틱스 이 세 개 분야를 합쳐서 동시에 진행하는 그런 분야라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그렇기 때문에 기본적으로는 다양한 바이올로지컬한 데이터를 이루는 데 구성이 되어 있고 그 중에서도 DNA나 RNA 같은 시퀀싱 데이터를 지노믹스적인 관점으로 분석을 하는 데 초점을 두고 있습니다. 시퀀싱 데이터에도 사실 다양한 종류가 존재하는데요. 저희 연구실에서는 저는 주로 싱글셀 시퀀싱 테크놀로지를 기반으로 만든 데이터를 분석을 하고 있습니다. 이 싱글셀 시퀀싱을 설명할 때 가장 흔하게 드는 비유가 제가 만든 비유는 아니지만 저희가 보고 싶은 어떤 organ이나 티슈가 이런 다양한 세포들이 존재하는 organ 티슈가 fruit mix라고 생각을 한다면 기존의 여러 가지 분석 방법이라던가 실험 방법들은 이런 세포들을 다 한 번에 보는 이 벌크 방법, 한 번에 합쳐서 보는 약간 스무디 같은 벌크 방법을 이용했다면 이제는 이런 각각의 다양한 세포들이 존재하고 그리고 다양한 세포들이 가지는 역할이 정말 다양하다라는 게 밝혀져 있기 때문에 이런 걸 전부 다 셀 하나하나 보기 위해서 싱글셀 시퀀싱이라는 기술이 한 2013년도, 15년도부터 개발이 되었고 2018년도, 19년도부터 본격적으로 좀 분석이 시작이 되었습니다. 그래서 저는 이런 싱글셀 시퀀싱 데이터를 다루고 있고요. 이러한 싱글셀 지노믹스 그리고 바이오인포메틱스가 더 나아가서 SDG랑 어떤 연관성이 있냐고 하시면 SDG 3번, 이 Good Health and Wellbeing과 가장 큰 연관성이 있다고 생각이 듭니다. 첫 번째로는 이 싱글셀 시퀀싱 혹은 바이오인포메틱스적인 접근을 통해서 굉장히 다양한 종류의 질병을 연구할 수 있습니다. SDG 3번의 여러 가지 애니얼 리포트를 매번 보다 보면은 다양한 질병들이 항상 나오는 질병들도 있지만 질병이 유행하고 좀 많이 퍼지면서 중요도가 올라감에 따라서 다양한 질병을 또 다루게 되는데 일반적인 실험을 하게 된다면 이런 질병들에 대한 세팅이 다 다르고 이제 어떤 시간적인 그리고 금전적인 이유 때문에 너무 많은 질병에 대해서 연구하기 힘들지만 바이오인포메틱스적인 접근을 통해서는 서버 세팅이 되고 컴퓨터가 적당히 있다면 질병의 종류에 크게 구애받지 않는 다양한 연구를 할 수 있다는 장점이 있습니다. 그 예시로 이제 밑에 있는 리서치 토픽을 보시면 코비드-19부터 해서 첫 번째 연설분께서 소개드렸던 암 연구까지 저는 굉장히 다양한 질병에 대해서 연구를 진행해왔고요. 그리고 두 번째 같은 경우도 첫 번째 연장선이라고 볼 수 있는데 저희가 주로 환자 데이터를 다루는데 한국에서 환자 데이터 분석을 하게 된다면 한국 환자분들밖에 다룰 수 없겠지만 이 바이오인포메틱스적인 접근을 통해서 세계 각지에서 생성된 데이터를 합쳐서 데이터 인테그레이션을 통해서 분석이 가능하기 때문에 한국뿐만 아니고 다양한 나라, 다양한 인종, 그리고 다양한 질병에 대한 연구가 가능합니다. 그리고 세 번째는 기존의 여러 가지 질병에 대한 치료법이라든가 백신이 앞서 소개드렸던 기존의 벌크 방법으로 많이 개발이 되었기 때문에 싱글셀 기술을 통해서 어떠한 세포들이 중요하고 이런 세포들의 영향을 각각 연구를 하면서 기존의 이런 치료법이라든가 아니면 백신 같은 걸 좀 더 강화하는, 좀 더 좋은 방향으로 이끌어내갈 수 있는 연구가 가능합니다. 이런 연구법을 통해서 다양한 연구를 지금까지 해왔고 코비드 19부터 해서 다이아베티스 그리고 결핵 백신의 개발 그리고 마지막으로는 캔서까지 다양한 질병들을 해왔고 아주 간략하게만 소개를 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째는 코비드 19이고요. 19년도, 20년도에 이제 코비드가 막 유행을 하면서 많이 퍼지면서 저희도 분석을 또 하면서 이 코비드 19 연구에 기여를 해야겠다고 생각이 들었었고, 하지만 이런 데이터를 직접 생산하는 게 또 쉽지 않기 때문에 근데 이제 코비드 19이 전 세계적으로 유행을 해서 굉장히 많은 연구실에서 데이터를 만들어 왔었고, 이런 싱글셀 코비드 19 데이터셋과 그리고 유전체를 다루는 GWAS 데이터, 그리고 저희 연구실에서는 또 특이적이게 할 수 있는 네트워크 기반의 분석을 통해서 분석 파이프라인을 구축을 했었고, 이러한 연구를 통해서 저희 연구실의 기존 플랫폼인 휴먼넷이라는 인간 유전자 네트워크랑 휴먼넷을 기반으로 GWAS를 스터디할 수 있는 이 GWAS이라는 것을 코비드에 맞게 또 개발을 해서 2022년에 2개 정도 논문을 낼 수 있었습니다. 그 다음은 박쥐에 관련된 연구인데요. 이 박쥐 같은 경우는 이 당뇨랑 연관지어서 연구를 진행했었고, 이전 같은 경우는 이제 UCSF랑 하버드 연구진들과 같이 진행했었습니다. 박쥐에는 잘 익숙하지 않으실 수 있겠지만 과일을 먹는 박쥐, 그리고 곤충을 먹는 박쥐, 기타 여러 가지 박쥐들이 존재를 하는데, 특이하게 과일을 먹는 박쥐는 자기 몸에 2배 정도가 되는 당분을 섭취를 해도 저희처럼 이런 당뇨나 이런 대사질환에 걸리지 않는 특이점을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 특이점을 사용을 해서 곤충을 먹는 박쥐랑 과일을 먹는 박쥐를 싱글셀에 대해서 비교를 한다면 당뇨를 과연 왜 걸리지 않는가, 이런 좀 기전적인 연구를 진행을 했었습니다. 그래서 이런 박쥐들의 췌장 그리고 신장의 싱글셀 데이터를 합쳐가지고 분석을 진행했었고, 다양하게 랜드스케이프적으로 어떠한 세포들이 중요하고 어떠한 내용들이 중요한 유전자가 중요한지를 다룬 연구를 이제 올해 초에 발표를 할 수 있었습니다. 그 다음 또 현재 진행하고 있는 연구로는 결핵 백신에 관련된 연구가 있습니다. 이 결핵 백신도 SDG 3번의 리포트에 굉장히 많이 나오는 부분인데, 요즘엔 약간 예방 접종률이 낮아지는 그런 현상이 있다고 합니다. BCG가 결핵 백신의 거의 유일한 결핵 백신인데, BCG가 굉장히 유용하고 많이 쓰이고 옛날부터 쓰이긴 했지만 가장 큰 문제점은 유아기에 맞고 나서 20년, 30년이 지나면 약간 효율성이 떨어지는 부분하고, 그리고 성인 결핵에 대해서는 약간 예방력이 부족하다라는 단점이 있습니다. 그래서 최근에는 그냥 결핵 백신을 한 번 맞고도 그 성인의 결핵까지도 예방을 할 수 있을 정도의 좀 강화된 결핵 백신을 개발하고자 하는 노력들이 많았고, 저희는 이런 걸 싱글셀 시퀀싱을 통해서 기존의 백신, BCG 백신과 강화 BCG 백신이 어떤 차이점이 있기 때문에 이런 좀 프로텍티브한 게 더 많은지 그런 거를 연구를 했었고, 백신이 아무래도 가장 영향을 많이 미치는 T셀을 위주로 연구를 해서 어떤 T셀의 차이점들이라던가 이런 것들이 강화 결핵 백신의 효율성에 도움을 주겠다라고 생각이 들었고, 어떻게 하면 더 또 좋은 백신을 만들 수 있을지 지금 개발 연구를 진행하고 있습니다. 마지막으로는 사실 저희 연구실에서 중점적으로 진행하는 건 이 암에 대한 연구라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 당연히 전 세계적으로 굉장히 많은 환자분들이 암에 걸리게 되고 이 치료 비용 같은 게 굉장히 비싸기 때문에 효율적인 치료 그리고 환자에 맞는 치료를 제공하는 게 굉장히 중요합니다. 그래서 이런 암들을 싱글셀 레벨로 많이 연구를 하는 이유들도 세포 하나하나의 영향력이 크기 때문에 그런 부분들이 있는데, 저희 연구실에서도 다양한 주제에 대해서 연구를 하지만 이 연구 같은 경우는 면역 항암 치료, 이뮤노세라피의 리스폰스 레이트를 약간 예측할 수 있는, 그리고 어떤 세포들이 중요하다는 걸 알아보기 위해서 연구를 진행했었고, 식도 주변에 있는 4개 정도 암을 저희가 자체 생산한 데이터 그리고 다른 연구실에서 이미 생산해 놓은 데이터를 합쳐서 이것도 데이터 인테그레이션을 통해서 진행을 했었고요. 그래서 어떤 세포들이 중요하고 그런 세포들의 진 시그니처를 사용해서 실제 환자분들의 이런 진 시그니처를 통해서 리스폰스를 예측할 수 있는, 그리고 어떻게 하면 이 트리트먼트를 더 증가시켜서 개선할 수 있는 이런 점들을 연구를 해서 지금 논문 준비 중에 있습니다. 그래서 마무리를 해보자면 이 싱글셀 기술은 아까 설명드렸다시피 한 15년도 그리고 본격적으로는 18년도 정도부터 상용화가 되고 굉장히 최근 만들어진 기술이긴 하지만 많은 연구실에서 사용을 하고 점점 확대되고 있는 분야라고 보시면 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 저희 랩뿐만 아니고 전 세계 굉장히 많은 랩들, 많은 기관에서 이런 기술들을 사용해서 데이터를 만들고 있고요. 그래서 여러 가지 뭐 다양한 나라에 대한 데이터 이런 게 생성되고 있지만 아직까지도 어쩔 수 없이 한계는 미국이나 유럽 같이 좀 연구가 많이 진행되는 나라에서 주로 데이터를 생산을 하고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 그래서 이런 큰 기관들에서도 그 점을 인지하고 좀 더 다양한 샘플, 다양한 인종이나 아니면 환자들에 대한 데이터를 모으기 위해서 아시아나 아프리카 같은 약간 좀 이런 연구들이 소외되어 있는 지역에서의 데이터를 좀 더 생산하기 위해 노력하고 있기 때문에 향후 미래에는 더 많은 데이터로 더 많은 다양성을 가지고 연구를 진행할 수 있을 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 네, 저희 생명공학과 인석 교수님 연구실의 인원들이고요. 인석 교수님 항상 좋은 조언 주셔서 감사하다는 말씀 드리고, 이렇게 다양한 질병을 연구할 수 있었던 것도 전 세계에 존재하는 다양한 랩들과 또 콜라보레이션을 통해서 했던 부분들이 있기 때문에 콜라보레이터 분들 그리고 저희 연구실 인원분들한테도 감사의 말씀 드리면서 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 네, 시간이 좀 거의 끝나서 질문 안 받고 이제 마무리를 할 테고요. 이제 여러 가지 학문 분야 그리고 국제 공동 연구 그리고 동물 연구, 인간 연구를 다 합해서 이제 여러 가지 통합적 접근을 통해서 흥미로운 연구 결과들을 산출해내는 걸 볼 수 있었던 발표였던 것 같습니다. 그러면은 마이크를 지금부터는 제 옆에 계신 김동현 교수님께 넘겨서 다음 발표부터 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 다음 발표는 김승아 통합 박사과정에 있는 건설환경공학과의 학생입니다. 네.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Sang-ah Kim in Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. The topic that I will present today is future water management technology for taking action on climate change and super aging. Here is table of contents. These days, we are facing two significant turning points: climate change and aging society. These are changing our approach to food, water, and health. The food security crisis is accelerating, whereas food demand is surging by climate change. Furthermore, as it became inevitable to be a super aging society, people are getting interested in their own health and hygiene, as well as the demand of water. However, due to climate change, the changed water cycle causes increasing water issues, including depletion of water, variability, and so on. To prepare this complex crisis, a sustainable water management strategy is essential to ensure the availability of safe and clean water. From ancient Rome, human has been developed the water system in this way. We are living in the end of third evolution. And what is next? Have you guys wondered before? The next must include these points that I mentioned. Korean system has been developed like this. To solve the water problems these days, with technical and political supports and developments, we are focusing on smart water management using iced tea. Now let us briefly look about the current status of Korean water and its major problems. We achieved many successes. First, we succeed in managing water based on large dams. In Korea, 70% of annual rainfall is unusually concentrated in summer, and water use is centered on surface water. The large dam is the solution to complement for this vulnerability. Second, central government and a few elite groups have made decisions and executed, because not only the penetration rate of water supply and sewage, but also water management grow rapidly. But there are two drawbacks. First, the current policy provided a short-term plan which hinders in including preemptive measures to the current climate change impacts. Secondly, the governmental elite is not fully embedded in local government level. Even in these successes, there are some regrets. First, high development stress caused an increase in impervious surface area, which disrupt the water circulation. As penetration decreased, surface runoff increased. It caused the groundwater levels to lower and increased water problems such as water loss and urban flooding. Second, because the current water management system is too centralized, too big and wide to manage. It is hard to respond to unpredictable failure and disasters. Now I'm going to talk about three big problems. First, it is difficult to manage the aged water infrastructure which is centralized, too wide and big. According to statistics, the outdated water infrastructure occupied about 50% in 2020. But it turned out it is expected to increase up to about 80% by 2025. The second is that water disasters such as urban flooding and overflow caused by climate change are increasing. It is affected not only climate change, but also the current intense water management and correction system. The third is that as the economy has been growing rapidly, along with the water management, water quality problems also has been emerging. Let's go last part. This is a comparison of current water management system in Korea and the West. I'll skip here. Then what is a resilience system? Resilience means, in easy word, bounce back. So a resilient system includes the capabilities to absorb the impact imposed by the risk and recover to a functional level. The left figures further well explain when a system is resilient to a risk. When exposed to an impact risk, a resilient system can bounce back quickly. Compared with a vulnerable system, a resilient system remains stable regardless of an external stress because of its high degree of flexibility to its experimental change. At this time, low diverse system can be easily vulnerable to any change in environment or policy. On the other hand, a system with a high diversity can require more inputs to control the more complex system, but can easily adapt to a new change by providing options suitable for the new environment. Therefore, the system flexibility and component diversity are key factors determining the degree of resilience of a system. So, what do we need to become a resilient system? Decentralized water system is the key that we are looking for. As you can see, compared with the centralized system, it has these kinds of benefits. By enhancing localized quality control, it contributes to sustainable and fair development. For example, as you can see left pictures, there is a capacity gap in urban India. Capacity gap means that there are insufficient treatment facilities for the amount of sewage generated. The centralized system is the solution for these problems. Also, as you can see upside pictures, it shows that a house using a system that purifies water by itself. This system is an innovative approach to securing water. Like this, the centralized system is very useful. We can expect the centralized system to make it possible to reuse water immediately and the circulation of water and resources. Wastewater is no longer a waste, but a resource. Our goal is to transform polluted water into a sustainable asset and new energy resource. This map shows global water stress in 2040. We can see clearly how dangerous the water situation is. To protect our water from this crisis, many countries are trying to increase the recycling of wastewater into drinking water supplies. Following the centralized system, we can say that this resource circulation technology is an also essential element. Anaerobic treatment is an innovative method of treating wastewater resulting in energy production. It is the process that microorganisms break down organic matter in an oxygen-free condition. These technological solutions surpasses aerobic methods in many aspects, such as reduced sludge production, CO2 emissions, energy consumption, and produced biogas. However, because these processes are sensitive, they can be supported by more careful automation systems to improve reliability and adaptability. Finally, vacuum sewer system is a green fix for old sewers or bag accepting tanks. It uses suction to move waste to one place. As you can see, it has these kinds of benefits. This system represents an innovation that can achieve sustainable waste treatment with less infrastructure. Also, it can basis for move towards even more innovative public system. We are facing water crisis by climate change and super-aging society. For prepare this complex crisis, we need for sustainable water management to secure food and water supply and health. This study introduced the current status of water management programs and innovative technologies, and it can be said to show the direction of a fourth water revolution. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음으로 넘어가겠습니다. 다음 연사는 정상윤 학생이고요. 도시공학과의 박사과정 학생입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 연세대학교 도시공학과 박사과정에 있는 정상윤이라고 합니다. 제가 오늘 이 연구를 정말 흥미로운 다른 연구들과 같은 자리에서 발표하게 되어서 영광이라는 말씀 먼저 드리고 싶고요. 제가 오늘 발표할 연구는 한국연구재단 사회과학연구 과제 성과물의 일부이고 전체 과제는 부산대 그리고 강릉 원주대 연구팀과 협력하여 수행되고 있습니다. 오늘 발표에서 제가 소개해드릴 내용은 폭염의 영향 아래에 있는 직종들을 취약성의 기준에 따라 유형화하고 직종의 군집별로 공간적 분포의 변화를 분석한 결과를 소개해드리려고 합니다. 지난 몇 년 동안의 여름을 저희가 직접 경험하면서 느꼈듯이 전 세계적으로 폭염 일수와 폭염의 지속 기간이 늘어나고 있는 전 세계적 추세가 확인되고 있습니다. 이에 따라서 기후변화의 속도를 늦추는 기술적이거나 공학적인 방법에 대해서 논의가 진행되고 있는 한편 다른 편에서는 기후변화가 개인의 안전과 건강에 어떠한 영향을 미치고 그리고 이는 곧 국가와 지역의 경제에 어떻게 변화를 일으키는지 연구함으로써 기후변화의 영향에 선제적으로 대응하려는 노력이 이루어지고 있습니다. 그리고 이러한 노력들은 SDG 8번 지속가능하고 포용적인 경제 성장이라는 목표에 기여하고 있고 저희의 연구도 그럴 수 있기를 바라고 있습니다. 이와 관련된 경제학 그리고 산업보건 분야의 연구들은 주로 폭염의 발생이 개인의 노동공급 의사 아니면 건강 그리고 산업 부문별 생산 등에 미치는 경제적 영향을 검토하거나 폭염 영향에 특히 취약한 직종들을 선별하는 연구들이 수행되어 왔습니다. 이때 이렇게 폭염의 영향을 연구할 때 개인의 직종을 중요하게 다뤄야 하는 이유는 개인의 일상적 경제활동의 상당 부분을 직종을 통해 설명할 수 있기 때문입니다. 근로시간은 일상의 큰 부분을 차지하고 있고 그리고 근로환경, 직무 등과 같은 직종 특성은 개인의 폭염 노출 정도를 설명할 때 정말 유용하게 활용될 수 있습니다. 그리고 여기에 더해서 개인의 폭염 취약성을 측정하기 위해서는 개별 근로자의 사회경제적, 직업환경적, 그리고 신체적 특징이 함께 고려되어야 합니다. 왜냐하면 똑같이 폭염에 노출되더라도 업무 환경에 대한 이해도, 그리고 신체 능력, 그리고 개인의 일자리 안정성과 같은 요인들에 따라서 폭염에 대한 민감도와 적응 능력이 달라질 수 있기 때문입니다. 이러한 개념적 틀에 기초해서 각 지역의 취약 집단 규모를 산출하고 그리고 지역에 특화된 정책적인 지원 방안을 마련할 수 있을 것입니다. 이러한 배경하에서 본 연구는 다음과 같은 목표를 갖고 수행되었습니다. 우선 비슷한 수준으로 폭염에 노출되는 폭염 취약 직종들 사이에서 이질성, 사회경제적, 직업적 측면에서 이질성이 존재하는지 확인했습니다. 그리고 위계적 분집 분석을 활용해서 이들을 더 작은 집단으로 유형화했습니다. 두 번째 부분은 이 집단별로 분류된 폭염 취약 근로자들이 공간적 분포가 우리나라에서 10년간, 2010년부터 2020년까지 어떻게 달라졌는지 탐색적으로 분석하였고 그리고 나서는 공간 마르코프체인 모형을 활용해서 앞으로 10년 뒤 2030년에는 어떻게 분포가 달라질지 확인해 보았습니다. 우선 직종별 폭염 노출 수준을 측정하기 위해서 조작적 정의는 다음과 같이 설정을 하였는데요. 직종별로 평균을 내었을 때 업무 중 실외에서 근무하는 시간 그리고 극단적인 온도에 노출되는 시간이 모두 전체 근로시간의 25%를 초과하는 경우 폭염에 노출되는 직종이라고 정의하였습니다. 그런 다음에는 이제 선행 연구들에서 폭염 취약성에 영향을 미친 요인들이라고 파악된 이 12개 변수들을 직종별로 수집하였고 여기 간단히 설명드리자면 위에서부터 직종 종사자 중 고령자의 비율 아니면 신체적 활동의 강도 그리고 이 비정규직의 비율 그리고 소득 이런 변수들이 분집 분석에 사용되었습니다. 변수 총 12개를 투입해서 유계적 분집 분석을 수행한 결과 취약성 관련 특성이 서로 다른 5개의 하위 집단이 구별되었습니다. 다음으로는 폭염에 취약한 근로자들이 우리나라의 어느 지역에 주로 분포하고 있고 있는지 확인했고 그 다음에는 이들이 서로 분집하여 분포하는지 아니면 서로 흩어져서 분포하는지 확인하기 위해 공간적 자기 상관성 분석을 수행하였습니다. 여기서 스페이셜 오토 코릴레이션이라는 공간적 자기 상관성은 달리 말하면 어떤 개체와 다른 개체 간의 공간적인 근접성에 따라서 내가 관심 있는 속성값이 서로 유사해지거나 아니면 달라지는 패턴을 갖는지 확인하는 작업이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 이 폭염 취약 근로자의 분포를 확인할 때 공간 자기 상관성이 중요할 수 있는 이유는 국토공간 전반에 걸쳐서 폭염에 취약한 근로자가 얼마나 불균등하게 분포하고 있는지 정량적으로 측정할 수 있는 방법이기 때문입니다. 그리고 마지막으로는 2010년부터 2020년까지 폭염 노출 근로자의 분포가 어떠한 패턴으로 변화했는지 확인하고 이에 기반해서 앞으로의 변화를 예측하기 위해 공간 마르코프 체인 모형을 활용했습니다. 우선 앞서서 고전적인 마르코프 체인 모형은 과거와 현재의 정보를 바탕으로 이러한 아래와 같은 전이 행렬을 구축을 하고 이에 기반해서 이후의 변화를 예측하게 됩니다. 여기에서 공간적 자기 상관까지 고려한 모형이 공간 마르코프 체인 모형입니다. 이 모형에서는 2010년 예를 들어 말씀드리자면 2010년에 높은 수준의 취약 종사자 비율을 보이던 지역이 여러 개 존재한다고 했을 때 이들의 주변 지역의 취약 종사자 비율이 높은지 아니면 중간 수준인지 낮은지에 따라 2020년의 수준이 달라질 수 있다고 가정하는 것입니다. 지금부터는 연구 결과에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 앞서 말씀드렸듯이 12개의 직종 변수를 투입해서 위계적 분집 분석을 수행한 결과 이렇게 5가지 하위 집단으로 폭염 노출 직종을 유형화할 수 있었고요. 집단별로 특징을 간단하게 말씀드리면 위에서부터 1, 2, 3, 4, 5분집이라고 보시면 되는데요. 우선 초록색은 낮은 취약성, 붉은색은 높은 취약성을 나타냅니다. 첫 번째로 소방 방재 기술자와 같은 전문직 그리고 서비스 종사자들이 포함된 집단 1의 경우에는 다른 폭염 노출 직종들에 비해서 높은 소득, 높은 교육 수준, 그리고 낮은 비정규직 비율이라는 특징을 보이는 것으로 나타났습니다. 결국 이 5개 집단 중에서 취약성이 가장 낮은 집단이라고 할 수 있습니다. 그리고 여기 주조원, 단조원, 판금원과 같은 직업이 포함된 세 번째 집단을 보시면 눈에 띄는 게 이 외국인 근로자 비율이 거의 10%로 상당히 높다는 점입니다. 그리고 그들의 임금은 상대적으로 높은 편이었고 업무 중의 안전 수칙에 대해서는 잘 교육받고 있는 편인 것으로 나타났습니다. 이들은 대체로 대조업 부분에서 수요가 굉장히 높은 직종들이나 최근에는 자동화의 영향으로 고용이 감소할 가능성이 상당히 높은 직종들이기도 합니다. 그리고 그 다음으로는 이제 방문노점 판매 관련직, 청소원과 같은 직업이 포함된 네 번째 집단인데요. 이들은 여성과 고령층의 비율이 높았고 신체 활동의 필요성은 낮았습니다. 이들은 5개 집단 중에 소득이 제일 낮고 제일 잘 적고 비정규직 비율이 높아 가장 취약한 폭염 노출 집단 중 하나라고 할 수 있습니다. 그리고 마지막 집단도 작물 재배, 어업 관련 그리고 건설 기능 종사자들인데 이들은 교육 수준이 제일 낮고 소득도 낮은 편에 속해 네 번째와 함께 취약성이 낮은 집단에 속합니다. 그리고 전국적으로 이러한 폭염 노출 직종 종사자들이 어떻게 공간적으로 분포하고 있는지 상대적 집중도를 나타내는 LQ 지수를 지도상에 나타내어 보여드리겠습니다. 난 전체 종사자들, 그 폭염 노출 직종 종사자들을 보면은 수도권과 광역시를 제외한 비수도권의 상대적 집중도가 높다는 것을 확인할 수 있고요. 뭐 예를 들어 말씀드리면 여기 2010년 같은 경우에는 그 가장 LQ가 높은 지역이 경북의 의성군인데 그 지역 내 전체 종사자의 약 70%가 폭염 노출 직종에 종사하고 있는 것으로 나타났습니다. 그리고 2020년으로 넘어갔을 때 변동이 크지는 않았고요. 그리고 다음 하위 집단별로 중요한 부분만 말씀을 드리자면 여기 집단 3 같은 경우에는 이제 아까 말씀드렸듯이 주조원, 단조원, 판금원 같은 직종이 포함되는데 이들은 상대적으로 공간적 집중이 명확하게 눈에 띄는 것으로 나타났습니다. 보시면 그 제철소와 제조업단지가 위치한 광양, 당진, 포항과 같은 주변 지역 그리고 그 주변 지역에 상대적 집중도가 상당히 높았고 10년 뒤에 그 비율이 늘어나는 그 확산되는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 작물 재배, 어업 관련 종사자, 건설 기능 종사자 등이 포함된 5번째 집단은 전남과 경북의 소도시에 강한 상대적 집중도를 보이고 있었습니다. 그리고 이 폭염 노출 직종 종사자들의 공간적 자기 상관도를 확인해 보았는데요. 여기 경북과 전남 지역의 강한 하이하이 군집, 그리고 서울과 수도권 일부 지역의 강한 로우로우 군집이 형성되어 있는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 시간 관계상 마지막 결론으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 결국 지금까지의 연구 결과에서 도출한 결론은 다음과 같습니다. 취약성의 측면에서 보았을 때 폭염 노출도가 높은 직종들 사이에서도 이질성이 발견되었습니다. 이들은 소득, 외국인 근로자 비율, 비정규직 비율, 그리고 근로의 불규칙성 등의 속성에서 차이점을 보이는 것으로 나타났고요. 다음으로 폭염 취약 근로자들의 공간적 집중은 주변 지역에 영향도 받을 수 있는 것으로 나타났습니다. 이 공간적 자기 상관성의 크기는 직종 집단마다 좀 달랐는데 이는 직종과 관련된 산업 그리고 요구되는 숙련 유형의 특성에서 기인한다고 해석할 수 있습니다. 이처럼 똑같은 수준으로 폭염에 노출되더라도 취약성이 직종마다 다를 수 있고 취약한 직종들은 공간적으로 불균등하게 분포하겠다는 사실은 기후변화가 심화하고 기상이변 현상이 더 잦아졌을 때 지역에서 발생하는 생산성 감소 아니면 산업재해 같은 경제적 피해의 규모가 지역마다 상이할 수 있다는 점을 시사합니다. 이에 대비하기 위해서 집단 3, 5와 같이 공간적 집중 정도가 강하고 분포의 변화가 어느 정도 예측 가능한 폭염 취약 직종에 대해서는 장소 기반의 지원 정책을 실시하는 것이 더 적절할 수 있고 반대로 노동력에 대한 수요의 변동이 크고 공간적 분포가 시간의 흐름에 따라 쉽게 변하는 집단 2, 4에 대해서는 장소 기반의 정책보다는 법제도 차원의 대응이 더 효과적일 것입니다. 이상으로 발표 마치겠습니다.
네, 발표 감사합니다. 제가 사는 지역이 계속 언급되는 게 참 신기하네요. 네, 다음 발표로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 정치학과의 박사과정에 있는 문예찬 학생이 발표하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 현재 정치학과 박사과정에 있는 문예찬이라고 하고요. 제 주제는 이제 지속가능 발전 목표를 통해서 어떻게 한반도의 평화, 특별히 산림 분야에 대해서 평화 촉진할 수 있느냐에 대한 주제입니다. 그래서 이 연구는 산림청의 지원을 받아 진행된 연구 중 일부를 수정 및 보완해서 발표하는 것을 말씀드리고요. 여기 주제에서 볼 수 있듯이 포레스트, 그러니까 산림, 그리고 피스, 평화, 그리고 함께 다양한 목표들이 진행되는 파트너십을 볼 수 있다는 점에서 SDG 15번과 16번, 17번 목표를 중점으로 하고 있지만 앞으로 연구에서 볼 수 있다시피 굉장히 다양한 SDG 목표와 연결되고 있다는 점을 할 수 있겠고요. 특별히 사실 이러한 연구에 대해서 많은 분들이 이제 의문을 가질 수 있습니다. 최근의 남북 관계는 굉장히 좋지 않고 북한은 이제 공식적으로 통일을 포기한 상태이고 남한을 이제 불멸의 주적이라고 규정한 상태에서 과연 이 연구가 왜 필요한가? 하지만 많은 분들이 알고 있다시피 사실 독일의 경우에도 동독의 1974년 헌법 개정을 통해서 통일을 포기한 바 있지만 1990년에 통일을 했다는 점에서 우리나라 역시 북한의 통일 포기와 상관없이 지속적으로 관련된 연구를 진행할 필요가 있다. 특별히 국제사회에서 계속해서 북한과 인계지를 하고 협력이 진행된 상황에서 과연 한국의 입장에서 어떤 식으로 접근할지는 굉장히 큰 시사점을 전달해준다고 사료가 됩니다. 그래서 이 연구의 배경은 사실 이 그림에서 보였다시피 한 5년 전이죠. 2018년까지만 해도 남북관계가 굉장히 활발해졌지만 최근에는 좋지 않습니다. 그래서 3번 남북 정상이 만났고 33차례 남북대화가 이루어졌지만 2019년 한미회담 결렬 이후에 남북회담은 전혀 이루어지지 않았고 그 사이에 또 개성에 있는 연락상소가 폭파되기도 하고 북한은 남북관계를 이제 적대국 관계로 주장하면서 저희가 예전에 있던 그 금강산 관광지구라든지 그 관광지구를 관리하던 모든 기관과 단체들을 그 폐쇄 조치하였습니다. 하지만 이러한 연구가 왜 필요하냐면은 남북관계와 상관없이 국제사회는 계속해서 북한과 연계를 하고 있고 이러한 점이 기존에 우리가 진행하고 있던 남북협력과 굉장히 다른 차이를 보이기 때문에 이 부분에 주목해서 연구를 진행하고자 하였습니다. 그래서 다음과 같은 흐름에 따라 진행되는데 우선 이 산림 분야 수준을 맞춰서 지금까지 국제사회와 북한이 어떤 식으로 협력을 했는지를 보고 이게 남북 산림협력과 어떤 차이를 보이는지에 주목합니다. 그래서 이러한 그 차이를 보는 것은 저희가 지속적으로 강조하고 있는 SDGs, 그러니까 지속가능 발전 목표가 어떤 식으로 조응되고 있는지에 주목해서 남북 산림협력의 한계를 도출하고 앞으로의 발전 가능성을 지원하고자 합니다. 그래서 국제사회 산림 분야 개발 협력은 쉽게 말하자면 확장성과 연계성이라고 할 수 있습니다. 그러니까 산림을 환경보호라든지 산림 조성이라든지 나무 심기라든지 이런 산림에 제한된 주제에 수준을 맞추는 게 아니라 그 원조 혹은 개발 협력을 받는 주민들의 생계 유지를 위해서 그 나무를 벌면 나오는 그 임산물 혹은 관련된 가공물들을 어떤 식으로 활용해서 빈곤 감소나 경제 성장에 활용할 수 있는지, 또 한편으로는 이 산림 분야라는 것이 나무 심기나 산림 보호를 통해서 결과적으로는 기후변화에 대응과도 연결될 수 있기 때문에 다양한 SDGs와의 연계성을 강조하고 있다고 할 수 있습니다. 그래도 조금 더 간단하게 말씀드리자면은 그 국제사회 개발 협력을 주도하고 있는 그 OECD의 개발 원조 국가들, 즉 OECD 다 회원국이라고 할 수 있는데 노르웨이부터 핀란드까지 다양한 국가들이 산림 협력의 주요 이제로 물론 산림에 대한 이야기를 하지만 그거와 연계돼서 지속적으로 강조하고 있는 것이 기후변화, 경제성장, 생물다양성 혹은 사막화 방지, 또 환경, 에너지, 빈곤 감축 등과 같이 산림에만 포커스를 맞추는 것이 아니라 다른 분야와 연계되고 있고 이것들이 전반적으로 SDGs 프레임워크 안에서 작동되고 있다는 걸 보여드리고 싶고요. 또 한편으로는 국제기구 역시 그 유엔의 지속가능한 산림경영을 위한 전략계획이라든지 유엔 산림전략계획, 또 EU에서 많은 펀딩을 주고 진행되는 이 EU 기관에서 진행되고 있는 사업 역시 산림뿐만 아니라 기후변화, 사막화 방지, 큰 틀에서는 SDGs와 정말 적극적으로 연계되고 있다는 점을 말씀드립니다. 그래서 조금 더 구체적으로 설명드리자면 국제사회에서 제시하고 있는 산림 이제들은 크게 지구산림 목표라는 이름 하에 6가지의 주제로 나아가고 있는데요. 이게 표 내용에서 저희가 간단하게 봐도 확인할 수 있는 부분은 산림보호 혹은 뭐 나무 심기 아니면은 산림 병해충 방지 등과 같이 산림에 포커스가 맞춰져 있는 것이 아니라 산림 보호를 통해서 결과적으로 어떤 목표를 달성하고 싶은지에 초점이 맞춰져 있습니다. 예를 들면 뭐 산림 보호를 위한 통한 기후변화 해결이라든지 아니면 산림 관리를 통해서 재원, 즉 경제적인 어떤 인센티브를 확보한다든지 아니면 산림 기반의 활동을 통해서 그 지역 사람들이 어떤 식으로 경제사회적 이익을 제공한다든지 등 산림과 다양한 이슈들이 지속적으로 연계되고 있다는 점을 볼 수 있습니다. 이와 반해서 사실 남북산림협력은 그렇지 못한 부분이 나와 있고 이것은 가장 처음 산림 관련된 논의가 진행된 2005년부터 그리고 가장 최근에 남북 간 협력이 이루어진 2018년까지 동일한 추세로 전혀 변하지 않는 특성을 보이고 있고요. 이 슬라이드에서 볼 수 있듯이 남북노원협력위원회라든지 남북보건의료협력회의라든지 아니면은 가장 최근에 이러한 남북산림협력 군가회담에서 이루어진 그 주요 이제들을 보면은 그 산림전 확대, 산림 병해충 피해, 산림 조성과 보호 등 국제사회에서는 SDGs 프레임워크 안에서 다양한 이제들과 연계하면서 산림 협력을 통해서 기후변화라든지 뭐 경제사회적 이익이라든지 빈곤 감축이라든지의 연계성과 확장성을 모색하는 반면 남북산림협력은 산림 이제에 국한되어 있어서 다른 이제와 전혀 연계되지 않는다. 그에 따라서 국제협력 적용에 대해 한계가 있고 이것이 국제사회와 북한과의 협력되고 있는 것과 가장 큰 괴리감이 나타나는 부분이라고 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 문제를 해결하기 위해서는 SDGs 프레임워크를 활용해서 국제사회에서 이런 식으로 진행되고 있는 산림협력을 적용할 필요가 있다. 라는 식으로 다음과 같은 표를 제안하고자 하는데요. 제가 서두에 말씀드렸다시피 국제사회는 OECD 다 회원국가 국제기구를 중심으로 산림 분야에 대해서 굉장히 다양한 이슈, 즉 생물 다양성, 기후변화, 경제성장, 빈곤감축 등과 연계되고 있고, 이걸 도식화하면 다음과 같은 그림으로 나타날 수 있지만, 남북산림이자 같은 경우에는 지난 슬라이드에서 보여준 것 같다시피 산림 혹은 환경보호, 이런 산림과 환경에 국한된 이제로 보이면서 확장성이나 연계성을 보이는 것이 아니라 국한되고 있고 수렴성이 발견되고 있는 이 차이를 보인다고 할 수 있습니다. 그래서 남북산림협력은 다음과 같이 이 SDG 15, 즉 산림협력이 가지고 있는 확장성을 활용해가지고 다양한 SDGs 목표와 연계되어 진행될 때 최근에 남북관계의 한계를 극복하고 추후 어떠한 방식으로든지 남북관계가 개선되고 한반도의 이슈가 변화되었을 때 적극적으로 국제협력의 이제를 활용해서 유연하게 대처할 필요가 있다라는 점을 강조드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 그러면 우리 모두 기다렸던 마지막 발표로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 발표는 행정학과 박사과정에 있는 변기영 학생께서 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 행정학과 박사과정생 변지영이라고 합니다. 제가 영어 이름이 조금 이상해서 표기가 이상한데 좀 양해 부탁드리고요. 제가 오늘 여러분들께 소개해드릴 주제는 원조 분야 중에서도 정책자문 ODA라는 영역이고, 구체적으로 정책자문 ODA를 제공하는 국가들이 원조를 받는 개발도상국 정부의 역량을 실제로 고려하여 제공하고 있는지를 통계적으로 분석한 연구를 소개해드리고자 합니다. 먼저 정책자문 ODA가 무엇인지부터 시작을 해야 할 것 같은데요. 사실 연구되기 시작한 지 얼마 되지 않은 분야라서 학계 내에 정립된 정의가 있는 것은 아닙니다. 하지만 크게 디벨롭먼트 컨설팅, 그래서 개발 컨설팅의 맥락에 포함된다고 보고 논의가 전개되어 오고 있고요. 다만 국내 연구 중에 일부는 이제 정책자문 ODA를 기술협력이라는 분야로 보는 연구들이 좀 있는데, 이는 우리나라의 정책자문 ODA 중 일부 활동이 국제기구에 보고될 때 기술협력 카테고리로 분류되기 때문에 이제 나타나는 그런 경향에 기반한 것으로, 실제 기술협력 분야는 그 개도국 공무원들의 교육훈련이라든지 아니면 개도국 현지의 교육연구 활동 지원과 관련된 분야에 국한되어 있기 때문에 좀 더 광범위하게 이해될 필요가 있습니다. 따라서 저희는 이제 개발도상국의 분야별 정책 또는 제도의 구상과 집행에 필요한 역량, 그리고 지식을 강화하는 공여국의 원조 활동으로 보다 포괄적으로 정의를 내리고 시작하고자 하고요. 특히 이러한 활동들이 중요한 이유는 SDG 16번 목표인 평화, 법치주의, 제도 중에서도 모든 수준에서 효과적이고 포용적이며 신뢰할 수 있는 제도 구축과 직접적으로 관련되어 있는 활동이기 때문입니다. 보다 세부적인 서브타겟 중에서는 6번과 7번, 즉 제도의 효과성, 신뢰성, 투명성 증진과 그리고 정책 결정 과정에 있어서 가능성, 포용성, 참여성, 대표성 보장과 관련된 깊은 영역이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 또한 이러한 정책자문이 세부 분야별 정책의 설계와 집행과도 관련이 있기 때문에 다른 SDG 부분과도 이제 간접적으로 연관되는 기초적인 영역이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 이러한 중요성을 갖는 정책자문 ODA 분야를 보다 총체적으로 그리고 엄밀하게 정의 내리기 위해서 저희는 이제 OECD의 CRS 보고 체계에서 활용하는 분류 체계를 활용하였고요. 원조를 제공하는 모든 공여국들은 사실 OECD의 공여국 보고 체계 CRS에 매년 구체적인 사업별로 모든 그 원조 금액과 사업 성격을 분류하여 보고하도록 되어 있습니다. 그래서 그 중에서도 이제 원조 사업의 목적을 분류하는 5자리의 목적 코드가 있는데요. 첫 번째 자리는 원조 사업의 4가지 대분류를 나타내는 코드로서 사회 인프라 서비스가 1번, 경제 인프라 서비스가 2번, 생산 부문이 3번, 마지막 기타 다부문이 4번, 이렇게 4가지로 분류가 되어 있습니다. 가운데 2자리는 좀 더 구체적으로 사회보장, 교육, 보건과 같은 세부 분야를 나타내고요. 마지막 2자리는 세부사업의 성격을 나타내는데, 저희는 그 중에서도 정책기획 및 자문활동과 관련된 마지막 2자리가 1번으로 끝나는 목적 코드만을 활용을 해서 분류를 진행을 했습니다. 해당 코드에 해당하는 활동은 이제 나열이 되어 있는데요. 분야별 정책 기획, 관련 부처나 기관에 대한 지원, 그리고 시스템 및 거버넌스 강화와 관련된 활동에 집중이 되어 있다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 구체적인 사업을 현지에서 실제로 수행을 하는 것은 또 다른 코드이고요. 이러한 사업을 설계를 하고 관련 부처에 대한 자문을 지고가는 활동들이 이런 1군 코드에 포함이 된다고 이해를 하시면 되겠습니다. 이상의 분류를 포괄했을 때 이제 포함되는 정책 자문의 ODA 범위는 총 20개 세부 영역으로 나타날 수가 있습니다. 그 중에 사회 인프라 서비스에서는 사회보장, 교육, 보건, 인구, 물정책, 공공정책 분야들이 포함이 되고요. 경제 인프라 서비스 중에서는 교통, 통신, 에너지, 금융, 비즈니스 분야가, 그리고 생산 부분에서는 농임, 수산업, 광업, 그리고 건설, 무역, 관광정책들이 포함이 되고, 마지막 다부분에서는 환경정책이 포함이 되는 것을 확인을 하실 수가 있고요. 이렇게 분류했을 때 정책자문 ODA는 최근 11년 동안 연간 전체 ODA 규모의 10% 이상을 꾸준히 차지할 정도로 상당한 규모를 차지하고 있습니다. 2021년 전 세계 원조 규모가 1,000억 달러가 넘어가는 것을 고려를 했을 때 연간 10억 달러 이상의 규모로 이해를 하시면 되겠고요. 100억 달러인데 죄송합니다. 이러한 정책자문 ODA를 어떤 국가가 많이 제공하는지를 또 나눠서 살펴보면 크게 이제 상위 5개국의 미국과 영국, 그리고 독일, 일본, 프랑스 등이 포함되는 것을 확인을 하실 수가 있습니다. 한국도 최근 들어서 이제 정책 수출을 활발히 하면서 10대 그 공여국 반열에 드는 모습을 확인하실 수가 있습니다. 하지만 이 그래프를 보시면은 앞서 언급드렸던 5개 공여국이 전체 정책자문 ODA 80%가량을 제공을 하고 있음을 확인하실 수가 있고요. 분야별로 봤을 때 사회 인프라 서비스 분야가 전체 정책자문 ODA의 절반 이상을 차지하고 있는 것, 그리고 분야별로 봤을 때는 사회보장, 보건, 공공정책 분야, 그리고 다부문 중에 환경정책 분야가 10% 이상의 규모를 차지하고 있는 것을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 이상과 같이 중요한 역할을 담당하고 있는 정책자문 ODA가 과연 수원국 정부의 역량을 제대로 반영을 해서 제공이 되고 있는지를 분석하기 위해서 저희는 다음과 같은 연구 프레임워크를 하에서 통계 분석을 진행을 했습니다. 먼저 개발도상 정부가 정치적으로 안정되고 효과적인 정부 구조를 가지고 있는지와 관련된 거버넌스 역량 변수를 첫 번째 핵심 변수로 설정을 하고요. 두 번째 핵심 변수로서 요즘 각광받고 있는 전자정부 역량을 설정을 했습니다. 특히 국민들에게 동등한 온라인 서비스를 제공을 할 수 있는 역량, 그리고 그에 적합한 통신 인프라를 고루 갖추고 있는가와 관련된 전자정부 역량은 꼭 전자정부 정책뿐만이 아니라 정책 전반에 걸쳐서 접근성이나 효율성, 그리고 투명성 등을 보장할 수 있다는 점에서 중요하게 판단될 필요가 있습니다. 이러한 점을 참고해서 함께 분석을 진행을 했고요. 이외에도 전통적인 원조 결정 요인 분석에서 활용되는 1인당 GDP나 인구, 그리고 식민지 경험 등의 변수를 함께 고려하였습니다. 분석 기간은 2011년부터 2021년까지 총 11년의 기간을 고려를 했고요. 이 기간 동안 한 번이라도 정책자문 ODA를 공여받은 적이 있는 수원국 148개국을 대상으로 해서 패널 회계 분석을 진행을 했습니다. 사실 따로 유인물이 나가는 줄 알고 복잡한 통계 분석표는 뒤에 이제 브로그로 뺐는데요. 나중에 이제 시간이 남으면 보여드리도록 하고, 결과를 이제 간단하게 설명을 드리면 흥미로웠던 점은 이제 전통적으로 굿거버넌스라는 담론이 있기 때문에 기본적으로 공여국들은 수원국이 이제 효과적인 정부를 담보할 만한 거버넌스 역량을 갖추었는지는 중요하게 보고 있었습니다. 다만 전자정부 역량은 오히려 덜 갖춰진 국가에 더 많은 정책 자문을 제공하는 경향이 발견됐다는 점이 흥미롭다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 물론 이제 절대적으로 인프라가 부족한 국가에 이제 자문을 제공하는 활동은 수원국의 이제 절대적인 필요를 충족해준다는 점에서 중요하지만, 전자정부 역량의 특성상 인프라가 구축되지 않다는 점은 해당 시스템 운용에 대한 이해도가 부족하다는 점을 의미하고, 결과적으로 아무리 선진국이 좋은 시스템을 이식한다 한들 이를 실제로 이행해야 되는 개도국 정부 공무원들의 지속적인 활용을 기대하기 어렵다는 문제점을 내포하고 있다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 실제로 전자정보 시스템의 효과성에 대한 연구에서 자주 지적되는 점이 시스템의 이식 후에 이를 실제로 운용하는 공무원들이 그 운용 메커니즘을 이해하지 못해서 해당 시스템을 활용하기를 꺼려한다거나 거부를 한다는 측면이 지적이 됐고요. 따라서 보다 장기적이고 진전된 형태의 사업으로 연결되지 못한다는 점이 지적되고 있습니다. 따라서 정책 자문 ODA의 사업 전반에 걸친 효과성이나 지속 가능성을 담보하기 위해서라도 이러한 전자정보 역량을 갖춘 수원국에 우선적으로 정책 자문을 제공함으로써 이전되는 정책의 정착, 그리고 시너지 효과, 그리고 주변 고구려의 낚시 효과까지 기대하는 접근법이 더 늘어날 필요가 있겠습니다. 아울러 앞서 언급드린 5대 주요 공역국에 대한 분석도 추가적으로 진행을 했었는데요. 이게 이제 결과표인데 복잡하긴 하겠지만 그냥 음영 처리된 부분만 보시다 하더라도 각 주요 공여국들이 고려하는 결정 요인들이 서로 상이한 점을 확인을 하실 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 이러한 부분은 좀 더 각 공여국의 맥락을 고려한 면밀한 후속 연구가 뒷받침되어야 된다고 생각이 듭니다. 네, 제 연구는 여기서 발표를 마치겠고요. 혹시 질의사항 있으시면 말씀 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 저희가 시간이 좀 있으니까 Q&A를 조금 하고 마치도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 질문 있으시면 내려가지 마시고요. 네, 네. 먼저 마지막 패널 분께 제가 하나 좀 질문이 있는데 마지막 표에서 이제 탑 5 도너 컨트리에서 고려하는 사항들을 보여주긴 했는데 한국의 경우는 아직 데이터가 없을 수도 있지만 어떠한 고려들을 이제 하는가, 이 다른 탑 5와 일치하는지 그런 걸 좀 언급하실 수 있나요?
한국에 대해서만 따로 분석을 진행하지는 않았었기 때문에 자세하게 말씀을 드리긴 어렵지만 전체적인 경향성을 좀 따른다고 이해를 하셔도 무리는 없을 것 같습니다. 이게 전체 OECD 주요 공여국들을 대상으로 해서 분석을 한 결과인데 정부 효과성에 대해서 이제 긍정적으로 이제 고려를 하고 있는 점이 확인이 되는 반면에 전자정보 인프라, 특히 인프라 부분에 있어서는 오히려 인프라 수준이 떨어지는 국가에 우선적으로 가는 경향, 그리고 아까 제가 말씀드린 전자정보 사업의 장기적인 효과성이 부족하다는 연구는 대부분 국내 연구에 기반을 한 소개였기 때문에 이러한 점에서 이해를 해주시면 될 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 자유롭게 다른 분들께 질문하실 분들도 하셔도 되고요. 교수님
네.
네, 감사합니다. 다시 한번 박수.
감사합니다. 자유롭게 좀 시간이 남아서 질문을 받을 수 있는 시간인데 거의 이제 마무리 시간이라 많이 나오지 않겠지만 시간이 있으니까 제가 한 가지 질문만 하겠습니다. 아까 정상윤 선생님 발표를 할 때 폭염이 이제 지역별로 이제 영향을 주는 게 좀 다를 수 있다고 하는데 이게 지역의 영향보다는 그러니까 소셜 클래스의 영향 때문에 나타난 지역차인 거잖아요. 사실 어떻게 보면 엄연히 보면 소셜 클래스에 대한 영향을 보는 것 같고 아니면 이 지역의 어떤 물리적 특성이라든지 아니면 꼭 이게 자연 환경도 있을 수 있고 아니면 인공 환경, 인공적인 건설 환경에 따른 어떤 폭염의 영향 때문도 이 지역차의 영향에 기여를 주는 요인이 될 수 있는 건지. 근데 선생님의 연구에는 그냥 그런 그룹, 직군의 그룹들의 영향만 본 것 같은데 거기에 대해서는 혹시 답변을 해주실 수 있나요? 네.
네, 일단 좋은 질문 해주신 점 감사드리고요. 말씀하신 대로 사회 계층이나 어떤 사회 구조상의 폭염 취약성을 보려고 저희 이번 연구에서는 노력을 했었고 말씀하신 대로 지역의 어떤 물리적인 요인이라던가 예를 들면 흔하게 사용되는 게 녹지율 아니면 공간 구조라던가 도시화율이라던가 그런 점들이 중첩되어 나타나면은 더 폭염 취약성이 폭염으로 인한 피해가 더 커질 수 있는 우려가 있기 때문에 분명히 고려되어야 하는 부분이라고 생각이 됩니다. 제가 이번 연구에서 보려고 했었던 거는 일단 노동자, 근로자에 초점을 두고 그 흔히들 뭐 고령인 인구의 비율 아니면 뭐 사람들의 뭐 건강하지 않은 그런 그 외국인들의 비율 뭐 이런 단순한 그 인구 통계학적인 요인들만을 가지고 취약계층, 취약 인구의 비율을 계산을 하는데 그런 것뿐만 아니라 이 노동 측면 그리고 우리가 근로시간 그 일상생활의 많은 부분을 소비하는 근로시간도 충분히 고려되어야 한다라는 취지에서 이 연구를 시작하게 되었습니다.
연구의 의미를 좀 더 잘 이해할 수 있게 되었습니다. 감사합니다. 예. 혹시 플로어에서 더 질문 있으실까요? 없으시면 제가 하나만 더 해도 되겠죠. 예. 그 첫 번째 발표자께 질문을 하고 싶은데 엑서사이즈 효과를 이제 말씀을 해주셨는데 이제 시간상 자세히는 말씀 못 해주신 것 같은데 엑서사이즈도 여러 종류의 엑서사이즈가 있을 수 있잖아요. 뭐 유산소, 저도 잘 모르지만 운동도 근력 운동도 있을 수 있고 이런데 그게 어떤 엑서사이즈 물론 뭐 빈도, 뭐 시간도 있지만 어떤 종류도 영향을 줄 수 있지 않을까 해서 연구하신 연구 제가 마지막 그 연구방에 브레스트 캔서 연구에 엑서사이즈가 어떤 건지 잘 모르겠더라고요. 어떤 유형의 그런 것들에 대해서 좀 설명을 해주실 수 있을지. 예.
저희가 일단 연구실에서 지금 이제 암 환자분들 대상으로 개발하고 이제 처방을 드리는 이제 운동 프로그램들은 기본적으로 제가 시간 관계상 그 부분을 디테일하게 넣지는 못했는데 중요한 부분이기는 합니다. 근데 이제 정말 브로드하게 보면은 스트레칭과 레지스턴스 운동으로 나뉘고요. 그래서 이제 예를 들어 유방암 환자 같은 경우에는 뭐 상지 가동 범위에 이제 제한이 오시는 분들한테 스트레칭을 통해서 이제 ROM 향상 그리고 이제 근력 운동을 통해서 이제 스트렝스 약해진 부분들을 좀 이제 강화시켜주는 그래서 일단 운동의 종류는 그렇게 나뉘고요. 그리고 원리는 이제 약해진 근육은 강화시켜주고 이제 타이트해진 근육들은 완화시켜주는 원리로 저희가 운동 프로그램은 구성을 하고 있고 그리고 거기 이제 강도별로 또 나뉘는 부분들이 있어서 뭐 초저강도에서 고강도별로 그래서 타임별로 저희가 또 이렇게 그걸 세분화시키고요. 그 안에 이제 참 점점 환자분들의 체력이 올라오시면 또 유산소가 같이 포함이 되고 그 이후에 또 이제 가정 기반 운동 단계로 들어가게 되면 유산소랑 근력을 같이 이제 권장해 드리는 그런 방식으로 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이제 운동의 종류는 주로 스트레칭, 근력 이렇게 부분인 것 같습니다. 네.
혹시 더 질문 있으실까요? 예, 마무리를 그러면 하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 이렇게 긴 시간 이렇게 자리를 지켜주시고 이제 발표 들어주신 여러분들 감사드리고요. 오늘 좋은 발표해주신 그 영스타 제너레이션의 이제 앞으로 이제 자라날 이제 훌륭한 연구자로 자라날 이제 우리 대학원생 발표자분들께도 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 다시 한번 드립니다. 큰 박수 다시 한 번만 부탁드립니다.